Hi. Hi, Dino. Hold on one sec. Still setting everything up. Oh no. My minimap settings. That's actually bad. It's just a bad look. I gotta fix that. Key player centered. Off. What up, Josh Plays? What up, Elro? And I'm almost good. Almost good on my second monitor. We're looking good. Holy, that is a lot of chatters already. What up, guys? What up, Dino? What up, Glizzy? What up, Korean? What up, Stack? What up, Square? What up, Rez? What up, Tam? What up, Solo? What up, Malum? Tam? What up, Jinby? Patch notes are out? I don't know if the patch notes are out. What up, Cenac? I don't know if the patch notes are out, but I know the patches. I know what the patch changes are. Ew, 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 ew. If I scroll up or down, it changes. Oh no. What up, Frenya? All right, you guys want to go through the patch changes first? Go through the patch changes before we go through everything else. Okay, so I'm apparently not allowed to show. Whoa, look at how cinematic this looks. Look at how cinematic that looks. That actually looks nice. Guys, you want to learn the most important thing to know? You see this little buddy? You can break him. That's already the most important thing about the map. By far. You guys have something to do with your ADHD brain. There's no lore on this? Are we serious? Missed opportunity. Was that another little buddy over there? Oh my god. That's gonna be way too fun. Okay, anyway. Alright. Patch changes. I have them on my second monitor. I'm not allowed to show the document. Okay. We'll go agent by agent. Okay. The first. We're gonna go through all the Sentinel ones.
Remember, wipe the prints from your guns. It's just
Okay, we actually can't test this, but Cypher Trip.
wow, this is a nice spot.
The wind up on Cypher Trip. So like when you proc it, and then it winds up, it went from 0.9 to 0.7. So you have a bit less time to react to when the Cypher Trip actually goes. So it's a bit more of like Kill Trip.
My ultimate is ready. I can hold an area pretty well myself.
For KJ, it's a very subtle change. It went from 4 seconds to 5 seconds, the Nano Swarm. Alarm bot. It's 50% extra move speed. So you know how sometimes it would like chase people down like a hallway and like never catch up with them? Now it's like gonna insta-pop on them. Because it'll just like, it'll run them down. A lot of these we actually can't test because we would need another person in the server. Turret, the rate of fire is increased by 50%. So like that really annoying, that really annoying turret on Ascent. That goes on the barrel. That shit will be doing basically 50% more damage. Phobos with the prime. Thank you, bro. So KJ buffs are definitely not that insane. I mean, it's better. It's better, but it's tweaks. It's tweaks. It's no crazy meta defining thing. Okay. 2 changes for Vito. Okay, I have to turn off cooldowns for this actually. All right, change number 1. The reclaim cooldown. You see how it says 20? That used to say 30. So when you want to pick up your interceptor and move it around, it does change it. Crosscuts to TP, right? Am I crazy? Crosscuts to TP. You'll see the usable area is much, much, much bigger. You can actually TP from far as fuck. So if you want to like fast rotate, like even faster rotate than before. Then the other of note is, you see how fast that actually activates? For those that didn't play Vito before, like me, this used to take double the time. That's 0.75, and it used to be 1.5. So they're making it so you can like basically use the TP as a way to entry, I guess. It's kind of like insane though. Look at how, bro, look at how fast. Look at how fast you can actually like TP. Wait. Isn't there going to be some fucked up timings with Vito, actually? Also, yeah, this is a yellow card. If you use it too much, it turns into a red. Yeah, so if you TP too fast, or let's say barrier is here, you could probably... Okay, there's no way you're going to TP like this, but just like envision how much faster you can be even on just a regular rotate throwing your own TP. Holy fuck. Aura. Like, that's pretty fucking fast. What up, Vans? What up, Mike? Alright, let me keep going. Okay, you guys already called it out during the show match, but the Sage change is simply... Oh wait, actually I can do this. I can do this again. Oh, please do the same height. Okay, so it used to be 50, and now it's 100 again. So being a greedy goblin and healing yourself is not even that bad. You don't have to be on the ground to use Vito TP? It's 100, yeah. It's 100, confirmed. I mean, I guess I can test the Vito thing. I've never really, like, fucked around with Vito too much.
Let's hope they keep making this.
Yeah, I guess you can jump TP. Oops. Whiff. Okay, next, Deadlock. Pay attention to the cooldown. It was 60, now it's 50. So in line with the initiator changes, Deadlock gets a buff, 60 to 50. Will this do much to change Deadlock's viability? Maybe. And then, that's all the Sentinel changes. So honestly, just a bunch of tweaks. Not a crazy amount of changes. I think the most impactful one, honestly, is probably Cypher. But we'll see how it plays out. It's 0.2 seconds in terms of wind-up time reduction. Which doesn't seem like a lot, but easily could be. Whoa, no cam? Oh, I just realized I didn't have my cam on. Kegdub. Kegdub. Okay. Those are all the Senti changes. Next. Initiator. Go to my boy. My boy with the drone.
A bow and arrow is old-fashioned, but sometimes old.
Can you guys guess what the change is?
Scanning ahead.
It's obvious. 60 to 50. This applies to Sova, Fade, Sky, Breach, KO. Do I really have to go to every single agent and show you that it went down to 50? Not really. Okay. This is the big one, actually.
I got the spike.
My Gecko guy is getting some attention again. It went from 20 to 15. Does that make him competitively viable in the current map pool? Probably not. Probably not, but better. Yes, please, I need visual confirmation. Now, it is way too early for that, Riv. It's way too early for that. Do you remember what it was in 2024? Yeah, it was 10 seconds. In 2024, it was 10 seconds.
You did good.
Herbert change snuck in. Is it even worth showing? Wait, what? Okay, another one that I can't test, but was changed. It might be potentially relevant. Shrouded Step audio. It says, we've updated enemy Omen Shrouded Step audio with the goal of improving clarity in situations where you are within the range of the ability but are unable to hear it. So I don't know what that means. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's everything. And the map pool update. No. Actually, yes. Yes. Okay, I mean, it's like a no and a yes, to be honest. Is there already public knowledge? Is it already public knowledge? Who do you normally play in comp? I mean, if I'm like trying hard, then probably like Sova, to be honest. How have they not publicly said anything about it? Am I really the one that gets to like release this info? Is that good? Is that good? Okay, well. Summit is in the competitive map pool. Sunset will be in the competitive map pool. The two that are taken out is Fracture. Unfortunately. Rest in peace, Fracture. And Pearl. Thank God. Fuck Pearl. Fuck Pearl. Minus Fracture, minus Pearl. Fracture is only back for like a month? Yeah, I know. What up, Bruin? Okay. Is there anything else that's on this doc that is good to talk? Oh, a big one, chat. Bandit. Bandit. Okay. Let's talk about the Bandit. First, gun is already OP. Can anybody believe that they're actually buffing this gun? That's crazy. This gun was already fucking nice. Probably the most underrated gun in the game. Marshall was, but then people started using Marshall. Bandit is probably currently the most underrated gun in the game. The changes that happened to Bandit were one, okay, the recovery. You can see it's more, like you have more time than before on your recovery. It went from 0.45 to 0.4. So it's a very small change. But for people, like, once you get a rhythm down, you'll recognize, like, you can be a lot faster with your shots and still maintain the same accuracy. It also says tap efficiency from 3 to 4, which which I don't really know what that means, if we're being honest. And then pitch recoil at max down from 4 to 3. I think that just means like when you're quite literally shooting as much as you can, like as fast as you can. Yeah. So a lot of like, I guess, hard to really like quantify changes, but it's just better. Like just across the board, it's better. I think a lot of the problems with the Bandit before, to be honest, and why people didn't want to use it is when you're using a pistol, usually you have like a, I don't know, like in your head you have like a set rhythm for how you anticipate shooting the Bandit. And everybody's internal rhythm was kind of off. So they reduced the shot time, make it feel a bit more clean. Can you show where to smoke on the new map? Yeah, we'll be going through all that. We will be going through all that. Don't forget, chat, you can break the little buddies around the map. Where the fuck are they? Where the fuck are they? I have to break one. So let's just make it more ghosts now, since Bandit is like between Sheriff and Ghost. Maybe a bit more in that direction, yeah. Try to clean it up a bit. If I was like looking at this map along with Bandit too, by the way, it feels like there's so many 10-meter angles on this map where it's like you can pretty much like consistently position yourself well in a way that kind of hold people on a 10-meter. Also, shout out all the streaks. 20 stream streak from VVVVV. Epic with the 30, Vempo with the 55, Camerat with the 50, and Medicify with the 80 stream streak. Holy fuck. You guys are goated. Reno all point from 7 to 6. I didn't see any changes with that.
30 seconds left.
Nah, no change. No change, bro. Change your main. That shit ain't getting buffed. They already nerfed it to the ground. Okay. Do a skin inspect? Sure. I didn't buy all the, or I didn't put on all the skins though. Boom. Van Sealy, that is a fucked up joke. That is a really fucked up joke. Oh, new place to do the tech chat. Wait. Imagine you get shit on like that in a game. Jesus. Wait, is that not sick? Wait. I kind of beefed the jump there. I swear the movement tech is impossible to do. What's the timing? It's not impossible. I just did it in front of you. Low-key, another spot to do it, but I'm just a little too old and not a pro. Okay, chat. Let's watch this video. I started watching it, but I saw that there was a dev diary thing. I think these are kind of cool to look at because, I don't know, you get to kind of understand a little bit about like the insights of Riot and what their approach was with the map, and then we'll go back to running around the map. But I do want to see kind of like what their take is. So let's watch. I watched a little bit and it started going into angles. I was like, wait, what? I think Riot has something to prove when it comes to like, there's been criticism low-key about like how there's no high-rated players within Riot.
I'm the map designer for Summit. And I'm Erica. I'm on the game analysis team known as GAT. Our team consists of former pros and high-ranked players where our skill is the most crucial thing in testing the game at the highest level of play.
Summit's layout isn't too different from what you're used to, so you can rely on your game knowledge and intuition to learn the map pretty quickly. However, what's unique about Summit is this new door mechanism we've introduced that allows for more creative and strategic plays. So here we are at the entrance.
Can't wait to fuck around with that.
I just wanted to show a couple angles when you first enter the space as an attacker. So here you've got like a little jump up to get a neat little off angle and someone who might be trying to peek a main as a defender, you know, it's pretty easy to just throw like an omen blind here or something and just grab the space. Just be aware you won't have it for, you know, the site, because the site's pretty close to the entrance to main here. This is a pretty good smoke to just kind of deny people from peeking the quad stack here.
Trust me, I'll be going over the Odin wall bangs.
Or maybe, you know, if they're in the smoke, you can send a Sova drone or a Sky Dog just to clear it and you keep going. Another thing you can do, of course, is you smoke the doorway where the door is and you shoot it. So the door has 125 HP.
Why would you smoke
Once
it, though?
It's closed for the rest of the round, and so now you don't have to worry about that.
Even with
What
the
up,
door
Salada?
down, it doesn't mean the round's done yet. Certain agents allow for utility through the little window. Before that window was there, defender retakes felt a little stuffed. When we added the window,
Okay, I'll say, by the way, okay, this confused the shit out of me.
certain agents allow for utility through the little window. Before that window was there, defender.
Wait.
They're in the smoke, you can send a Sova the doorway where the door is, and you shoot it.
That was 4 bullets, right? Boom, 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 boom.
So the
They
door
say
has
125
HP.
125
Once it's closed,
HP.
it's closed
So it
for the rest
wasn't
of the
3, it
round,
was
so now you don't
4.
have to worry about that.
Even with the door down, it doesn't mean the round's done yet. Certain agents allow for
125
utility
is
through
such
the little
a
window.
interesting number.
Before
I
that
wonder why
window
they
was there,
decided 125.
defender
So you can't like
retakes
one
stuff.
like.
When we added the window, suddenly a lot more agents on our roster became like viable.
What does that even
It just added
prevent?
A lot more depth to this area.
Yeah, again, another reason why the door is, you know, seems simple at first, but it might have more layers to it than you think. Oh, and if you time it just right, the doors are lethal. And that includes if you're in your role or Reign of Dismiss. The same idea applies to mid. It's chaotic, almost a bloodbath, but it's crucial for map control. There's gonna be some fights here that you'll notice like right off the bat. You turn this corner around this box and boom.
This is the fight I tell myself I can win, and then I peek it and I
And you
die.
peek it and you die, yeah. But as you come into mid, you'll notice it's pretty open. We want to make sure that as an attacker, we want you to think a little bit more methodically about how you're taking this space and when and where you want to use your smoke. So yeah, we're here at the entrance to B. The angles here are a little bit more medium to close range. We've got this little jump up here to help break some defender crosshairs, just so that attackers have a little bit more optionality in terms of how they want to peek the initial fight. You both swing at the same time. Maybe the Omen smokes heaven here, right?
Yeah, the jump up was huge. Suddenly approaching this B main angle became a lot more viable for attackers.
We wanted the map to be a little bit more approachable, but have this really interesting sight mechanic. You can use your intuition from what you've learned on previous maps and really focus on, you know, how are we going to use the door? You know, do I want to leave it open and get up there and, you know, try to
Bro.
play aggressively to stop the retakes? Or do we want to close it and hole up and like
Hold on, sorry. It's just part of my like how my brain works. Like, I'm sorry. It's just how my brain works, bro. Like, I see something, I have to consider it, you know? Where was this fucking door? He was over here. Oh, I thought it was on the main. Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Did I ruin your flow state? I'm so sorry.
Sight.
120.
So my favorite part of Summit's actually this cave area. I don't think we've ever seen anything like this in Valorant so far, where we actually bend the map around instead of having like sharp geometric angles. This feels a lot more
No bend like this.
natural to the space. It's
Rize,
dicey
man.
to get caught out in the open here, but I just think it opens up.
That's
the-
okay though.
the
It's been a
map so
while,
much
honestly.
to different agents. It's new, it's unique. I don't know. I like
Wait.
playing in this area.
I can immediately think of another one because I'm annoyed by lineups and shit. I'm always annoyed by this area. They got some of these bends for sure. I remember these bends.
Yeah.
One of my favorite parts of the map is honestly the trophy room. You have all
Clyde,
these
stop
super
purring on the
cool
mic.
statues of all the masters of the academy, and you know you've got some cute.
I'm
little
just kidding.
pictures,
You
like
can
here's
keep purring,
ISO when
dude.
he was younger with a trophy. You know he's been killing it since day one on defender spawn. The water has
Oh,
accurate
it's so aesthetic,
reflections.
though. I
We
love
have,
how the
like,
map
these-
looks,
these
to be
new
honest.
shaders that we put in for the roofs and that like move as you move. You know we got these little guys actually.
Oh, I love the little guys.
The little
Yeah.
guys. You can break
Shoot
them.
him. Shoot him.
I'm a big little guy enjoyer. I love finding a new one in a playtest when I hadn't seen it before. Like that one. I didn't know that guy was there. Oh my god.
Shoot him. Okay, I think the rest is like art based. Okay. Okay, no offense. I'm just not really big into art. I'm just like trying to learn about like what their take is, you know? What their take is on the map. Sorry, I'm so sorry. What up, KP? How's it going? How is it going, KP? They asked me on the spot for my favorite aspect of the map. Oh, you're talking about when I was clowning about the bend. Okay, KP, I'll be so honest. This is the one thing I saw on the map that I really did not like. But I think everything else looks cool so far. I mean, we have yet to really run around fully. The fact that you can't drop here safely compared to like the Lotus drop, this terrifies me. I feel like in pro play, once you close this door and you just have one person chilling in this zone, like, is this not a 90-10? Like, always? Like, this feels like a 90-10. Like, there's nothing you can do. You're just doomed. This is the one thing that I was just, like, looking at the map, I was like, isn't this just is scary, bro. Like, pretty much ever coming here, you can't even, like, cleanly go into that little cubby that exists here. Because it bounces you. Can't you flash it or something? Well, I mean, yeah, you can like turn the flash, but the fact that you can't, like, you know, in Lotus, what feels nice is like, there's not many angles that are like kind of cringe that can like hold in Lotus. So here. Let me represent my point. So in Lotus, if you drop here, you can drop pretty safely. Like, there are angles that exist here, but that still implies that you can drop pretty safely here. But my concern is just, like, you know, you don't even have this option. Drop in post one is pretty strong unless you drop with a set Omen Blind or Breach Stun, etc. Yeah, you would need utility. Like, you need utility just to flush off this one angle. Kind of scary. Kind of scary over there. The retakes feel like they're going to be so hard on this map. I can't wait to just... I'll be probably in this server like all day. Are you silent when you drop off the ramp? Yeah, I tested that already. That was the first thing I did actually when I jumped into the server. The first thing I did, because you know how in Lotus, it's kind of like coded in a way that like even if you hit the ground like away from the ledge, you silent drop. It works the exact same way here. Unless you quite literally min-max it, where it's like you get full momentum without audio and then hold shift. But if you hold shift and like full W key, you don't make any noise. Does the door kill you? Yeah. I'll die to the door. I don't care. Squish.
Last round in the half. Don't be cheap.
Die to door on eco? Bet. Wait, that's actually good. Wait, that's actually good. Good comms. What if you dismiss? Yeah, they already showed in the video that if you're dismissed or you're Yoru ulted, you also die. We're all going to die to the door, said Josh RT in YouTube chat. Zix won't look at YouTube chat. Josh, I'm on top of it today. What if you get ISO under the door? I think everything, legit anything dies. Do you die in ISO ult? Oh, you mean like that? Oh, maybe. Oh, maybe you would actually get like pushed out if you're in ISO ult. KP, do you know? Let's see if KP knows ball. What's the interaction with ISO ult? ISO ult someone, body's here, door close. What happens? Phoenix nerfed or not? No. Phoenix not nerfed. Try with Phoenix Salt? Oh, that's actually a good comm. I can actually test that alone.
Match point.
New fight, new tactics, keep it fresh, yeah? My ultimate's ready.
Oh shit, yo, I don't have my ult. Why don't I have my ult?
My ultimate's ready.
Oh shit, can I break it like this?
Come on, let's go.
Well, I'm actually trolling. Yo. That never happened, Jet. Whatever you just saw, that didn't happen. Yeah. Whatever just happened, you guys didn't see that. You double die.
Attackers win.
KP said, only if you come back in as the door closing, it would kill you. At least that's how it should function. I did it with the Phoenix, and then she said, man, I lost? Yeah. Yeah, I bet I got team MVP, though. Or match MVP. Okay. Are there any veto buffs? Yeah, the TP. TP and interceptor pullback. Interceptor pullback's 20 seconds and TP's faster and longer range. What is that door?
Guess they're gunning for us, huh? Ni modo. It is what it is. Thrash is ready.
Oh, these are exciting times, chat. I love the aesthetics, bro. Also, I'm like a hold kind of guy. I'm like a hold kind of guy. Okay, hold on. Swap team. Boom. Give me that spike. Do we know when the patch is out? I actually don't know that. Alright, plant positions that will probably be common. Is it not just literally on this ledge? You can plant here. Chat, the go-to is you just try to anticipate one where it's safe, and then two where you can where you can plant for something to be able to play post. So like if you take spawn, then obviously you'd plant here. But this is like this isn't really like a post plant kind of site, huh? Can't even play from the space that you just took, like where you just came from. That's cool. That's cool. The fact that you can see this behind the box, pretty good detail. You can actually know if you're like accurately spamming it. A retake's not going to be impossible on this map. I feel like you are just going to slam the bomb down literally against this wall. Because where else would you really put it? There's so many bends. Really messing with the corrode A site design now. A site's low-key awkward. I think it's high-key awkward. Bro, I feel like Sage is actually going to be so sick. Which kind of makes sense. It's literally a Sage map. What is this map? I mean, it's definitely unique. I wanted to see if this sightline was... Yo, if there was like these little like cracks and you could see through, that would be so fucked up. Are there any one-ways? Yeah, we're going to get to all of that. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. I think the A plants are going to be weird, man. They're going to be really weird. Basically, whatever zone you came from, let's say you did an A split, chat. Let's say you did an A split. Bro, how easy is an A split? You can definitely get on that box if you Grimwall. Yeah. Yeah, you can definitely do it as a Grimwall. I just wanted to see if you could see through the little bushes. How easy is an A-split, though? If this is the corridor that you have to, like... Chad. I'm retaking? Oh. Bro, this is such a small choke. I mean, here's the thing. Okay, here's why I have an initial like reaction like this. Door gets broken. We can talk about the many ways that you can play to break this door. Maybe lineups are a bit hard because there's actually no... There is a building here that's blocking a lot of the potential for lineups. You'd have to go over the top. And over the top is actually not even that bad. So like, let's say we want to Sova double shock this. Just to theory it a bit. I think that you'd probably have to quite literally do it from super, super deep. I'm pretty sure you have barrier from here, so this isn't even that bad. What up? What up, Steven? How's it going, bro? How's it looking? Not bad. Not bad. I'm like trying to theory a bit about like how I anticipate the map will go. It pretty much feels like you have to fight for these early layers, chat. Because if you put yourself in a situation where you have to retake through this, you are completely doomed. So if there's just enough utility to exec all of this space, doesn't it feel like kind of a lot of these spaces don't feel that livable, and then the retake feels like brutal. Like Sage Wall here as well, you're gonna have to break multiple layers. I didn't even throw the Sage Wall well, to be honest. Forget these chats are full of collective geniuses. We've got a smart chat. Anyway, so A-splits I feel like are going to be super common, super good. Where do you really live in this zone? This one way is going to be pretty impactful, I think. For preventing the A-take, but also for... control. Like imagine a mid default and you just throw this one-way smoke. Triple any gimmick? It could be, potentially. But you can always theory triple initiator because it's just good. Like it's just a lot of utility. Like you're always going to be happy with having more utility. This feels like outside of this angle, like a lot of this feels like very contactable. Like all of these angles are obviously contactable. You're on angle disadvantage. You can't sit at a corner. Also, like where do you live in this zone? You're going to be playing like kind of these pivots between both. I don't know. This will be weird. This will definitely be weird. But A-splits, I think, will be pretty damn good. Pretty damn good. The approach in terms of anchoring A, like, there isn't much of an approach. I feel like what you're going to end up doing is just playing some pivot like this. Pivoting between the fights, prioritizing this side. Because that's all you can really do. A-Link seems like a place to put Sentinel utility. I mean, everywhere seems pretty valid to put Sentinel utility. The reason why A-Split's good, chat, is because it helps to isolate any of these players that are playing like a deeper crossfire. So like any of these natural crossfires that are kind of built off like, you know, I don't think anyone's really going to play in this corner, but any of these off angles, these are kind of on angle disadvantage too, chat. Okay. Anyway, so if you do an A-split, you can actually plant for your A-split. That's not bad. There's a lot of potential angles you can plant for. Probably planting exactly here is pretty bad, though. For this simple reason that, like, if somebody actually does take sight, you can just stick it. Even if you do like a good plant where you're like fully min-maxed, I'm pretty sure they're still going to be able to stick it. So if you want to plant for A-Link, it's better to back wall it a bit. I didn't grab the bomb.
I have this fight.
Feels like Corrode where you just play for mid A short and retake with space. Yeah, we haven't even gotten into like the B space yet, but the B space does feel like the mid B space. I don't know. We'll get to it. If you're playing for A-Link, probably better, a bit more accurate to plan from deeper and place it more this direction. That way, when you're actually doing this, you can section out the left side. Oh, that's a little weird on the rendering. Don't like that, really, but that's okay. It looks like it's not spamming until you get closer. Wonder why that's happening. Anyway, you would want to do it like this so you can actually like clear left and then spam that side of it. How spammable is this map? We haven't gotten there yet.
I have your back.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
We are Valorant. We are fighters.
And then for a B plant, yeah, okay, so the problem with A currently is that you can't really do a main plant. So you can't really play post normally. You have to actually play for a bit of a team fight, but I feel like if you're looking at the chokes here, these are like pretty easy to defend chokes. Pop the door, play to defend here. A win con, I think, for defenders a lot of the time will be... I mean, Pearl has this type of macro chat, and I don't see why it wouldn't have the exact same type of macro here. A rewalk through mid, flush out any lurks. After an A split. These are the only angles that feel kind of nervy to contact through past this line. Everything else seems very contactable. Like extremely contactable. Did you watch the CS Mater? No. And then you just have to defend this small ass choke here. How is this choke? Maybe this choke is a bit more defendable. What's weird about this choke is that because it's actually at an angle, smokes are going to feel a little bit weird. Let me swap to the smoke character. So there's not really a way to make it so it doesn't bloom on either side. Unless you just change the way that the choke interacted, like this. In which case, you know, you can kind of treat this more as like a straight line, but it's going to deny this player being able to play in the crossfire. So you're not really going to do that. Probably do something like this. Without the gap. I feel like Astra's good on this map. Here's the 80 meter theory. Oh, that's bad. Chat, that's bad. This is my max range. Oh. Okay, here's like the... Here's how close I have to be to smoke B. I mean, to be fair though, this is how it is on like Split. This is how it is on a bunch of maps. People still play it on Breeze as well with the same issue. It just means that you're like playing in a double controller environment. Sunset as well. You're playing in a double controller environment if you're playing Omen here. I mean, this blind is obviously money. Good value, countering any A split. This is kind of shite, if we're being honest. But, like, you could probably reposition closer to the box and get, like, faster value. I'm kind of interested to see... Okay, so this one way is obviously going to be meta. I'm throwing it intentionally high in this case to see how it looks naturally when it falls onto it. This is actually pretty damn good. You guys remember I made that YouTube short that says, like, you can lower it all the way here. Some angles you actually don't want to do this. As you can see, the one way is kind of like nullified by the fact that I didn't let it fall. Asher can't one-way this for sure. 100% it can't. Okay, so... in this case, you wouldn't really want to Omen smoke in a way that is min-max here. You'd want to just do a falling smoke. That's like as good as it gets, to be honest. And as you can see, there's no chance. Bro, it's like so impossible to tell where the actual angle is too. You would just be like pre-fire and praying. Pretty comfy for Omen. Yeah, it's actually not bad. I think Omen in terms of like the B scaling has some pretty cool stuff too. We've already looked at the, it was shown in the show match. Very similar to Corrode's B site on the post plant. Instantly TPing here, pretty money. What I wanted to see, chat, was if there was an angle here that was not spotted by Deep. Yeah, I mean, this angle is going to be broken, chat. You'd have to jump spot the player on this angle. Chat, if somebody gets into drop and just holds rope, you just lose. Like, you just can never come... All of these drop positions are way too strong for attackers. If you're able to get the deep space, it's kind of wraps. You can't really see it effectively here, but there's no way to push me off this angle, and I'm holding a rope. Can you try the double jump tech on this map? I already did it earlier. I can do it again, though. For anybody that's here. Where was it, chat? Where did I do it? This is not really applicable. I just noticed. Wait, actually, maybe it is. I don't know where the barrier is. I'll check out the barriers in a sec. I beefed it. I beefed it again. Almost got it. Is map insta going to be in ranked without full RR loss? I believe so. It's like half RR loss. I keep whiffing it, but you get the idea. Heard Omen TP got an extra audio queue at this new location. Is this true? Yeah, we can't test it because there's nobody else in the server. But that is in the notes, yeah. Okay, let's go to B. Let's go to B and then we'll go to mid. Okay, one comment I have already. You already know, like, whenever you're talking about scaling for, like, pro players. This is going to be part of it. When you get to this angle and you're like... Actually, wait, no. You can't even get to this angle without... Wait, what? I thought that you could get on this angle before you even went into sight. Anyway, high-low peaks are obviously important in pro play. So people will be hard scaling together off of this if they want to contact. Generally speaking, contacting out mains is not really that doable. The fact that there's a high-low makes it a little bit more, I guess, team play oriented, I guess. A little bit more possible, maybe. Wait, that means it's free RR for Zix since you can practice. I mean, maybe a little bit, but... This map feels very attacker-sided. That's my initial feeling, but... The chokes are also... I mean, mid is kind of nice for attackers. We'll see. We'll see. But it does feel pretty attacker-sided. Anyway, B main. How contactable is it? Feels kind of contactable. Lots of peak on timing opportunities, though. There's a lot of peak on timing opportunities here. Especially, dude, Omen's gonna be so good, by the way, chat. I know we said Ashra, but I think a lot of the actual theory, like when it plays out, like the fact that you can just play at this box, TP out, feels pretty insane. I haven't looked at the blind lines, but I'm sure the blind lines are going to be favored for Omen too. Still can't one way on these. W. No way. There's gonna be some cheeky team that for sure does a double TP. For sure. The fact that it's possible at all, I missed it. In terms of like plants, what feels relatively safe? That plants for main. Anywhere. Can't you wait? This plant zone is fucking massive. Huh? I feel like on an eco round you'll probably see like half side smokes like this. Probably the meta of this map is going to be like holding this right side of B main. This is going to be the flex jiggle everyone does for the spot. B plan is so spammable for main. I mean, at least there isn't like a direct corner that you're planting for to spam. Is that flex in the BP or bundle? This is a bundle. It's a separate bundle from the skin bundle that's coming out. Hello, sir. How are you doing? I'm doing well. So where would the default plant be? You're obviously breaking the door. I really see very little downside to not breaking the door for attackers. Like, I know the layer is supposed to be like, there's a slight disadvantage in breaking the door because there's this like gap where you can throw mollies and stuff. But like, what character is using that gap? At the box in the left corner, then you play main. You're saying this? But the problem is you're like exposed. If you plant here, you're exposed. It's like, probably the default plant will quite literally just be as soon as you get here. You just don't want to, you just want to make sure you don't plant it accidentally like toward this cubby where they can just defuse. Can you neon slide up that B ramp? Nah, probably not. If you could, it would be a bug. For sure. Other cubby spot would be fine though. You're saying here? Okay, I guess it depends on how spammable this is. We can check. I mean, this is definitely the safest plant. If I do fully in the corner, then I'm pretty sure if you character model it, you can like dodge with majority of your body, but I think this plant should be good enough. But it doesn't look like it's very spammable here, chat. You'd have to like quite literally use Odin to spam that part of it. So ball knowers would know. You have to look down. You can see like the line, right? So this is around the max range, and then you just point your character model this way. So you'd still want to, if you do this plant, kind of adjust it slightly into the open, like here. But just be mindful that like when you plant here, the chance that you can get flooded from drop like kind of increases. So like doing it directly in the corner isn't good anyway. It's kind of better to just literally plant in the open here. Maybe even slightly to the left so that any player that's in drop can't just shoot you from like here when they're flooding. Where are barriers? Showing. So these are the barriers. Oh, mid actually starts from really deep. Mid starts from really deep, chat. The point of this being here is probably quite literally just for TPing across, putting the pressure. Defenders for sure win this timing to the op angle here, top mid. So if you want to solve this position, you'd have to use a smoke. Defenders do win this timing. Defenders win the bend timing as well. Not the deep bend timing, but this timing. So the downside for each angle is that the opposite angle kind of solves for the other angle. Do you think the TP across is heard? For sure it is. For sure this TP across is heard. 100% it is. Omen TP has like 40 meter range or something. It's like absurd. Okay, so the way that these angles work, chat, okay. Let's say I'm a defender, and I'm posted on this line. The problem is, the way that angles work in this game is obviously if you're closer to the wall from your opponent, then they'll see you first. Okay, so I'm 8 meters away from this wall. So the problem with mid and why you can't really live in mid is that eventually over time you get timed out by a player that's doing this to you. They're 22 meters away. They'll eventually see you and kill you for free if you're holding that line. So you can't really just live here with an operator, but you can hold it early. And the same thing kind of exists for this angle, but to less of a severity. Because the way that this angle works is that you can actually like kind of, well, one, I'm 15, 17 meters away, and then you'll see from the other side. If I was to reverse clear properly, look at the disadvantage. It's like very minimal for defenders. 23. Okay, it's actually... You see my point. It's only 8 meter difference. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. It's pretty bad, but it's not that bad. So you can actually hold kind of both angles if you're just holding this crack and have pretty good results. This is kind of the op lane that's going to hold all of mid, which is why I was kind of theorying this smoke is just going to be broken. The other side gets timed out, and the smoke on that side doesn't get timed out. Or it prevents the fact that the other side isn't timed out. When I say timed out, it just means that, like, if you can visualize the timing, while you're holding this, you have to kind of visualize the timing that it takes for a player to walk this lane and reverse clear you. You can't hold here forever. You can hold here until the person can reverse clear you. Okay, so mid is going to be interesting. That one way is going to be pivotal. Definitely a big part of the meta. B plant, like we said before, it's probably going to be some version of planting in the open. I guess it once again depends on the space you own, though. Just depends on the space you own. If you did a B split, can I plant for B split somehow? Is this plant's doable if I have somebody close in a smoke. If you guys missed it, we went over all the patch notes stuff already at the beginning of the stream. Sentinels buff. A lot of it is, I don't want to say quality of life because it's not exactly a quality of life change, but it's like a lot of like small tweaks rather than like the usual Riot approach recently of like super big changes. And then initiators from 60 to 50. So the plants feel really awkward on this map. I think that's one thing that is not super common with a lot of these maps. Usually it feels like there's a pretty determined plant spot that is like good. Feels like this will probably quite literally be the best and safest plant. For you to even be on site here, you would have taken this space. Is it not just an Omen literally playing in drop? This feels like pretty high pressure, having a player play in drop, because defending this space is kind of insanely important. Once again, info line toward A is definitely going to be flex jiggle here. Guess you can also flex jiggle from here. Holding high lows, going to be pretty OP. Contacting out this B main choke is not really that real. You just leave it unsmoked and then you re-smoke it after. What do you think the default smokes are? It just depends how lineup heavy this map is, to be honest. If lineups are solving all of these doors, I haven't even theoried like silver or anything, then like, just depends on how greedy you can be. If you want to fight for all of the deep B space, you can quite literally throw this one smoke, blind all of this, second layer smoke here, and you fight for the entire space. But once again, that kind of implies that you're going to be able to deal with all of these open areas. Because you have a lot of stuff to clear if you're trying to take the full bomb site. But I don't see why you wouldn't full exec every single round, like all the space that you can. Because the retakes seem pretty oppressive. Like, it seems very hard. Like, imagine you're trying to retake through this zone. How do you really approach it? So many good crossfires that they can build on you. You talked about what comps you're expecting to be played? No. Going over just like general map theory first. I think using one piece of utility to get drop makes this post plan like over, to be honest. Having no way to come through drop is kind of crazy. I think that defenders, the meta is going to have to be just some version of mid rewraps. Mid rewraps, flank retakes. You need like multiple lanes to retake from. Like, this A space feels rough. Chad, imagine that this is your only rotate on the map. And you're trying to do an A retake, and one part of your A retake is coming through this layer, and your other part of your A retake has to like go through all of this W key lane into this choke, which goes naturally into like this crazy crossfire. Like, all of these angles feel crazy. Obviously, if you have players that are already taking this A-link space, it becomes a little bit easier. So you don't have to deal with people behind this box and kind of contact a bit here. But, man. Okay. Yeah, and I mean, if you're on like a low buy too, I'm sure it's plenty acceptable to quite literally smoke this cross, break the door. I mean, with Omen especially, it's gonna. I think Omen's gonna be so good, man. Omen can pop this door safely without even exposing to it. Maybe your arm is slightly showing if you don't get the positioning perfect. How long is the duration on this map? You mean like the round duration? It's always 1 minute 40 seconds. Rotation. Oh. You're saying like a player that's entrenched on B. I think they actually have it on Valoplant now. Let me see. Valoplant has like a knife out kind of rotation tool. Kind of cool. Oy. If you were to go spawn rotate all the way from A to, or B to A, 20 seconds. You're taking a faster path because you have mid control. Is this even faster than the other way? It's like about the same. I think that this rotate will be increasingly more common. We already see this on Pearl. I feel like it'll be pretty solid. I'm trying to think in pro play if it feels comfortable or not to actually try to take this B-Link space. I'll tell you right now though, it feels extremely comfortable if you're breaking this door And then you're trying to take the space. Because, like, what kind of crossfire can they even build toward B? You can't. That's TLDR. You can't. There's no crossfire. Is this... Wait, am I tripping? It's perfectly in line. Okay, just checked with the maps team. The Phoenix Wall and ISO all dying when coming back from the door drop is intended behavior. It's my bad earlier. It just looks odd when it happens. I guess we never ran into it in testing. I see. WKP. KP, do you think this map is going to be attacker or defender sided? I'm kind of curious about how it went in testing. The one thing I will say, whenever you're in a dry server chat and you're not really like fully anticipating like how the execs play out, and you're just only looking at your side of the exec, it becomes a lot easier to come to the conclusion that it could be attacker sided. But like, let's say for example, right? Enemy team does this sequence we talked about. Smoke, smoke, plus the blind that clears all of these angles. The player that's still here, that was flex spotting, they are completely safe to the full exec here unless you add more utility. So like turtle smokes that create extra space is always going to be somewhat relevant in terms of like making it harder to clear so that floods can come in. People living in drop is obviously a big factor. There's always going to be these layers of like counterplay. I think usually when you go through all of the counterplay on a map, a lot of the time it's like choke fight. It doesn't feel that great to really choke fight unless you have a lot of people here. Your Streamlabs link on YouTube doesn't work. Okay, that's good to know. Thank you, bro. Fix that later. Does Omen Smoke reach A? If you're playing from some of these pivot spots, then it can. Like if I'm not like super close to the main, then yes. There are so many corners, by the way, on this map. These corners have angle disadvantage though, so it's not like sick to just sit in it, but flash then TP on the box. You're saying to do this. Wouldn't I rather just peek? Are there any Giga broken ults to play for? We will definitely get there. We will definitely get there. I think default smokes, if you want to like guarantee take sight, I do think that these are going to be somewhat like, I don't want to say that it's good because it's definitely not good, but on an eco round I can definitely see the world where these smokes are used. I think as well, the deeper control is going to be kind of the win con for a lot of these actual hits. Like we talked about, the sequence will be that smoke plus this on your pop timing with this here. And the whole idea is going to be on your entry that you actually entry to the right. So your dash is probably going to come somewhat like this if you're playing Jet, to look to fast punish the right side. And then the rest of your team can flood out left, kind of like hard scaling while you control this rotate. Because remember, this is going to be smoked. And like, this is a pretty easy smoke to hold, to be honest. It's like 60% of a smoke that you have to hold. And they have to hold, like when they come out this smoke, you should always hold this side, by the way, on the smoke. Because when they come out the smoke, they're not going to come out full exposed to like a 360-degree crossfire. They're going to come out this way. What do you think of closed smokes and then second layer with harbor wall for deep space? Could be the play. Definitely could be the play. Pearl and Fracture are the maps that are coming out. Any sight smokes in this map? I think like any sight smoke is going to be valid. These look pretty pretty nice. Anything here feels pretty impactful because it helps you isolate the fights. One side scaling. From an enemy POV, when they see this site smoke, they're also going to be like kind of taking this 50-50. But at the same time, once they get in like these areas, like the fact that they can deal with like getting peeked on timing from drop, you just like don't even play your site smoke and you live from drop. Or you could play literally inside the site smoke. Or you can play in the cutout. I'm sure this is going to be one of the meta site smokes. Because also the plant position is going to be, like we said before, kind of somewhere here. It's going to feel claustrophobic. You can get flooded on. Phoenix is not in the patch notes. This sightline's kind of interesting as well. Makes this a little bit more viable, but just know that you are on angle disadvantage here, chat. Very little though. See my ping? Like this is where I could see, and then this is where I am when I actually get to the angle. Fracture Pearl out, Summit Sunset in. So I'll be making some TikTok, YouTube short stuff about Summit and about Sunset. How do people know what are in the patch notes? Because I went over it earlier. Okay. Let's go toward A, talk about smokes. Smokes seem like, once again, like this is going to be pretty straightforward. I think like if people do these kinds of smokes, I kind of beef that one, I won't lie. If people do these kinds of smokes, you're not going to have enough space. It'll feel a little comfy maybe because of you're able to like kind of walk cleanly into the site. But you're just not going to have enough space. You need to like do the deep smokes. You just need to. And I know that Dev was talking about doing smoke on the door, but I feel like a lot of these is solved by Omen just taking the TP timing across. This one is a bit scarier, obviously, because someone could live in these zones and just punish your TP. There's a world, right? We'd have to test this. I think this is good, though. You're not going to live in any of these zones, though, chat. You're not just going to be, like, chilling here. Maybe here is fine because you're Omen. Omen is going to be so important on this map. Omen's going to be so important. I think you and Jinx Mom would be in the same power couple. What the fuck? Bro, I'm married. I'm already married, bro. What's the point of this box? Is this box a good angle? To the game? No, bro. No, I'm married. I'm married. Bro. Possible comps on this map? I'm not really there yet. I'm still going through like angle advantage and like all of this kind of stuff first. We haven't even gotten to like a lot of the crazy stuff yet. $32? Yeah. I don't know if I can hit a clean double jump there. Okay, I'm not gonna lie too. This zone, like here's the problem with this box. This isn't really a one-way, chat. Is there a way to make this a one-way? If I put on the like absolute back edge.
Cover going out.
I would have to put it on this edge actually. Defender sided and testing. If attackers get spiked down though, retakes can be rough. I see. That's interesting. Okay, so you get like a pseudo one way here. It's not great, but I don't think it's a bad smoke by any means. Given that you don't have great ways to actually defend space. Let me look at barriers again. Pretty sure you beat this timing as attackers. I would usually test this thing. Bro, you can bro. You could insta do the tech here if you had good movement and probably hold the line on the opponent. Bro, that's fucked. Wait, that's actually fucked, chat. I can't do the tech though. I'm actually way too bad at new angles. You can probably even do it just like cleanly, to be honest. without the glitch jump. May ace in 3 seconds. I mean, yeah, it's definitely doable. If I can do the first jump, then you can do the second. Can you do the tech sideways? There we go. Is the double jump considered a bug? I mean, probably technically, because that doesn't look very normal, does it? Can you do the tech sideways? Yeah. You can do the tech sideways and you can do it with a gun. If I was like extra good at it, then I could do it. The tech jump allowed on VCT? I don't see why not. They haven't said anything publicly about it. Okay, let me see the barrier again. So if I was to do the double jump tech perfectly, would you beat the line though? I don't think you would beat the line actually. No, I think a person that's on this barrier could angle out before. So look how fast this timing comes. They're already past angle. But who's really going to play off angles here? Jet, Reyna, Chamber. One-way smoke does come a little delayed. It doesn't look like a great one-way, but it's actually a good one-way. It's not like the longest one-way is the only issue, but you can see. You can't walk past this. So even though it's not a traditional one-way, as the tech, you put the one-way here on the end of the box. And that kind of like deals with the fact that it's not a traditional double height box. Imagine getting insta 1D by a guy doing that jump up. I'm never peeking that angle again. Imagine. I mean, it'll definitely be possible. I think you need the second jump though. So you have to actually hit the tech well. And Vito? I don't know if Vito is going to off angle, bro. I don't know if Vito's going to off angle in a spot where he can't like live. He would have to like play like an angle like this so that he could tuck and then jump TP. Actually, I kind of want to fuck around with Vito.
Watch them. Sooner or later, they will make a mistake. Capitalize on
The Vito change feels kind of crazy. Like, look at how far this TP goes, shot. So, like, shot. It still kind of takes a while, though. This TP range is crazy. I think the cool thing, though, is, like, bro, think about the timings you can beat. You're, like, sitting here off barrier. Boom. Okay. So let's talk about defender spots. Kind of went over plant spots. Generally speaking, the way that every bomb site works is you either defend the choke. Well, you pretty much always defend the choke, to be honest. But if you can't defend the choke because the choke is too wide, which I don't think there's many maps that are like that in Valorant, then generally you play for turtling or you play for retake. I think there's a lot of good turtle smokes. We already kind of alluded to that, but there's a lot of good turtle smokes you can definitely do toward B that like limit the space of the attackers so that they don't feel comfortable planning. Oh my god. Oh no. Okay, at least this one doesn't go through. I just had like a epiphany moment and I didn't like the sound of it. I was like, fuck. Okay. Is there veto changes coming or no? Yeah. Look, just look at the range of the TP. It's fucking crazy. And then it also went from 1.5 to 0.75, the TP. Okay, defender spots though. I think this one is going to be a common info line. Flex jiggle on right side. You can do the same here. I think as well, if you want to counter a contact, you can play double hold here. Just know that because they added this bench, it is actually a little bit easier for them to contact and like wide swing with like a multiple person swing. So like, for example, you guys know the PRX usual pistol on defense of like 4-man holding. It's not really that allowed here. For somebody to, you know, PRX probably going to do this play. It's not very possible for you to actually do this B main peek. This makes it a little bit more doable. So they made it slightly more attacker sided, the B main choke. Can you shock dart the door? Yeah, you can. Pretty sure. Guess we haven't tested it yet, but...
My ult is ready. We are strong because we are together. Don't forget that. Shock dart. Shock dart.
Voila. But yeah, you could play here with Omen. But the problem is with playing here, chat, is that if you're like right side flex jiggling here, you're kind of like stuck in the box. You're going to have to probably TP out. If you try to make it to drop, you're spammable on your path to drop. But it is possible. It's doable. I think that a player playing in drop is going to be pretty meta. Because I'm not going to lie, if you lose drop control, you are fucked. We talked about this at the very beginning. This drop not being safe,
Right here.
not really ideal. Even if I'm like here, chat, my input when I'm going down drop here is I'm holding my A key. I'm trying to not be in the open. But this still forces you into the open, and this is the safest spot. So kind of similar to Lotus, like I said before. You don't have a safe spot in drop. If you lose drop, it's comfortable because this wall is added. For you to just sit here all day and just hold for a player drop, you just get a free kill. It's like 90-10. They're literally falling on your screen. Should be free kill. You think Chamber will be doable because of the amount of off angles? Yeah. I think this B site is going to be menacing for sure. I don't really know how you defend the A site. A site feels like, yeah, that feels hard. The B site though, what feels nice is even if you get blinded here, smoke, deep space taken, all of right side taken, there's so many little peak on timing opportunities that you have on this side during the scaling from drop, from the sight box, from dice, little backstab angle here. It's kind of nice. And then if you put a sight smoke, then obviously a lot of it opens up. Can you jump sideways mid drop? What do you mean? Are we doing 10 mans on this map? I don't know what you're asking me. You jump spot from drop. You're just saying, oh, you're saying like this. You wouldn't want to do this though. You're making audio. It's easy for them to walk out on you. They can tuck in the cubby when they're omen blinded. Oh, you're saying if they get omen blinded here, they'll tuck in this cubby.
Right here.
Yeah, they could. But like, you don't want to be in this cubby. Tell you that right now. If you're full blind here, you feel like shit because a jet dash, as an example, like if we were to go over an actual like just two person exec, simple strat, jet smoke ground, blind goes across. There's no real livable area here that can spot this position. So you're just going to dash past that angle. You don't even need to smoke yourself. Jet could literally just dash here. And the sight player would have to literally wide swing this angle to be able to actually go. So it'd be just one omen blind, one jet dash here, and you've cleared out all of the right side. If they're stuck in this corner, you'll definitely have enough time to scale. The only downside would be a player that's here and like peeks you on timing if you do try to punish the cubby. Hold on. Theory. Oh, this is actually a deep ass cubby. Can't Odin it. But still, it's like, you guys know how it feels to sit in a cubby with somebody holding you. Doesn't feel that good. Don't you think Neon and Waylay Mogs jet on this map? I don't know. I haven't gone through everything. This is just like an example. But yeah, I mean, in this example, you didn't really need a jet smoke. The only jet smoke that you would even have to add is like a jet smoke on the choke. But this could also just be Waylay dash like this. Fade haunts might be good. I mean, to be able to look at if fade haunts are good, you just have to check to see if it's a lot of indoor areas or not. Like for example, like how does fade clear this A main space? To have to prowler. Then it's open roofs only going this way. That's like a limitation for fade. Rooftops, it matters how close the roof is to the angle. 30 meters is the eye scan range. What about the B-Link corner for a dry dash? Let's see. What is B-Link? B-Link corner. You're saying a dry dash here. I think this wouldn't be good.
Right here.
You're exposed to the side players. You'd have to have util affecting here. Sliggy picked fade. Maybe he has some vision. I think that the vision for fade is probably surrounding mid. I think like fade looks good everywhere outside of A main from what I'm looking at. But like the whole idea with fade anyway is if there's more corners to clear and there's a lot of open space, then Prowler solves a lot of the issues. ISO shield to scale some of the corridors. Yeah, I mean, you definitely could. Without a doubt, you could. For any defaulters, remember we talked about this angle. You eventually get timinged out here. So what's the approach going to be here, chat? How can you deal with the fact that you're going to get timinged out by these angles? I think this is part of the reason why Riot was saying that this is going to be a pretty mid-centric map. It's just going to be a lot of like early mid defaults. The rotate feels pretty similar to Corrode. I think that part is pretty true. They've made it a slight bit better though. Any rotate here that you would do. Oh, this rotate feels terrible, chat. You are pretty much never going this way. What do you think about Teo on this map? I don't think it's going to be good. I feel like both bomb sites do work kind of similarly. These big blocks on each site, you're probably just going to play to pivot and control one side of it. Is it the biggest map? I don't think so. Maybe though. On my soul, it's a Teo map. The problem is, with Teo theory, let's go to a really good Teo map like Fracture. Okay, let's talk about where, like, strategically, where would you defend the B bomb site from? There's really only a few locations, right? All of Tower. I still have the time thing on, whoops. You've got 4 spots. 4 spots on or near the actual bomb site. Teo completely nullifies the most powerful position to anchor from on both bomb sites. Okay? On both bomb sites, you're completely destroyed by a Teo. Pearl as well, great example. Obviously, Pearl's out of the map pool, but we're just doing it. Actually, both of these maps are out of the map pool, chat. Teo's dead. Like, there's not a great spot to anchor once these pieces of util come out. So Teo's kind of dead. No Fracture, no Pearl. Now, you compare it to Summit, it's like, where are people going to anchor from? Well, mix up here, mix up here, mix up here, mix up here. Like, you know, if you have a mid player, then obviously you're able to play kind of from these angles as well. There's going to be a lot of positions that you can play. You can even start Tower if you're going to end up playing a retake. Where does Teo nuke? Like, where does he actually missile? This could be a good missile. But what is that really going to do if they take one timing to step here, if you don't have extra layers of utility? I mean, if you do like a full exec, you know... Here's the other problem here that I wasn't even considering. That jet dash play, this area is actually a little too wide. You would probably never throw the blind exactly like this, though. Probably throw it more like this. Make sure you get that angle. I don't know. Smoke's not big enough to cover that whole gap. Review that B-Link corner once from a defender's POV. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Where exactly in B-Link are you referring to? Said dry dash B-Link corner. I'm assuming you're the same person that said that before. Which B-Link corner? You're talking about this one? I already kind of went over that. This is going to be a big gap in utility. You just timing peek that player. If utility wants to go to flesh out this whole lane, he's saying like defender POV of playing it.
Right here.
Okay, well, 12 meters,
Right here.
14 meters. It's not like crazy bad angle disadvantage. I think your likelihood of being B-split as well is pretty low. I feel like this is the type of map that feels like, unless they pop this door, the B-split doesn't really feel that doable. This is spammable. Then the dry dash won't be viable too. Oh, I mean, yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a bit of a gap here. Because you could argue the same point here if I did the other... Yeah. If I did the other blind, you could just argue that. There's always going to be some gap in these execs. I found that there's so many of these little gaps on every single...
Revealing area.
I'm not going to lie, it looks like these were made for Sova. Because, like, what kind of Fade Eye am I even throwing here? This looks like it's pretty made specifically for Sova.
Area.
Are you liking the map? I mean, I'll always like every new map. There's always going to be pros and cons. Like, game design is just heavy trade-offs, kind of is the way to put it. You talked about which agents you think would be good? Not yet. We're kind of still, like, theorying, just walking around the server. But I do think Omen is going to be very good. Omen is the one that I have, like, definitely as, like, a very good agent. Like, a one-way here as well. Like, imagine you RB splitting. Isn't a one-way here just kind of wraps? Even if the player is here, they don't feel comfortable peeking close to the wall. So a one-way there is just kind of wraps on this rotate. And once again, if you break this door... This space isn't very livable. I just came. Can you repeat what you did in the last hour and a half? Thank you. You think there's a reason Riot's maps have trended bigger over time? I have no idea. I will say, though, to that point, because I think that is actually a pretty interesting point.
Last round before the
I would like to see a smaller map. Because, like, look at how unviable Clove is in competitive play. And in so many cases, like, Brim as well feels pretty unviable on a lot of maps. Because, like, the maps are so big. It's like you pretty much have to start in mid. And then you can barely reach some of these smokes. It just limits the opportunity for Clove to play. You can definitely see a lot of passive info lines. Brim got played on Abyss. Yeah, but it's like, it's not meta. Like, wouldn't you want to see like maps where like Brim mix and Clove could be meta? Anyway. Okay, hold on. I actually have a checklist for things that I wanted to look at. Is there any more one-way smokes? We talked about the ones that we think will be definitely very impactful. This one seems to be a decent one. It's not like insane, but it's pretty good. You're forcing a player that's here to peek with angle disadvantage, which obviously doesn't feel good. Is this spammable? No. So you're forcing them to basically take the harder rotate. If you have this mid space, like how do you even re-clear the space? Door is closed. Okay, door is closed. You did a B split. You have a one-way here. I mean, bro, if you close both doors, it's just kind of wraps. I think this will definitely... Okay, this macro point that we say about Pearl, chat, I'm going to reiterate this a lot. Defenders being a bit more proactive and actually, like, taking this rotate to flush out any lurks, I think is going to be meta. Like, definitely very meta. You clear out any lurks, and you rewrap the B-split. This is going to be almost a guaranteed kill, because there's going to be a lot of things to hold. Similar to Pearl, somebody's going to have to deady hold this lane. Then there's going to have to be scalers. Then someone's going to have to deady hold this gap while you're scaling. And then also, they're going to be taking drop for a long time. And then somebody's going to have to deady hold drop. So when you lose player, the player that's holding from mid-bottom, holding B-link, is going to eventually get flanked by a mid player. And it's like, when you think about how a lot of these maps play out that have this kind of same macro point, Haven as an example. So like when a C split happens here, you don't have a player that's like deady window holding the wrap. You don't have a player that's here holding this B push. You always have to have one guy holding the window gap. Then everybody else is kind of hard scaling. So this macro decision to walk down B and reverse clear garage is usually a free kill. Same thing works here. Reverse clear here because you have to worry about this gap and then scalers into this gap and this gap. This is kind of the exact same idea on both bomb sites. It effectively works the same way. So be ready to reverse clear mid, I guess. And if you're a lurker, yeah, you probably aren't going to deal with it early days of this map because people are usually bad at theory, like map theory. But if you get A split on and you're a B player, try to take this path instead. It's probably going to be freebies. The other one ways, once again, just to reiterate, this one, does it work with Clove? Probably. Yeah, it does. Nice. This is going to be definitely a pivotal smoke. Attackers and defenders. I think attackers primarily, funny enough. So once again, when you're doing a mid default, you just throw this smoke. We already talked about how the other angle, this angle here, holding this, is going to get timinged out eventually by a player just reverse clearing you. You're on angle disadvantage. The reverse can also be true. A player can live in this zone and hold from this. But then once again, any player that's here and wants to angle out the other side also will eventually kill you. So, yeah. Maybe make a guide on YouTube. I will. Pilots with the 95 stream streak. Holy fuck, bro. Holy fuck. Yeah, I'll definitely be making a bunch of content on the map. The design team did say they were looking into Flex Jiggle and Ziggs Suite. Yeah, they did. They haven't, though. They haven't done anything about it. But you'd imagine that they eventually would. Okay, so we went over plant spots. We went over one-ways. There's no other one-ways, right? I'm not missing any. What is this mid-box? Why do I not remember this mid-box? Oh, is this anything? No, not really. This doesn't really do anything. I don't think anyone's TPing up here, bros. And this isn't really a real angle. Can you Silver Shock Dart the wall button? Yes, we did. We did test that, and it does break. But it's 125. How it's better than Knife Jiggle? So... it's only on right side jiggles, but your character model quite literally moves its head to the left. So on right side flex jiggle, they changed flexes, so it's not 90% speed anymore, it's 100. So you can just like run around with this like it's a knife. And then also, it moves your head hitbox to the left, but you don't lose visibility. So like while I'm like here, my head isn't exposed at all. But I'm like jiggling the line. Versus if I didn't have the flex out, my head would be into the angle. So it's like slight min-max basically to like make yourself harder to kill. So like, for example, info jiggle line, like you would do this on your jiggle. Okay. Let me look. Boom. One ways. Oh, I wanted to test kind of cheeky stuff.
My ultimate switching sides.
You can trust my bots.
30 seconds
Punch
left.
That one time, and honestly, she won't miss that finger.
How is the hitbox for landing mollies on it? And does it break the button? Okay, one molly does not break the button with KJ. But you can land it on there. I was thinking that maybe with the extra 1 second or whatever it was it 1 second really? For those that weren't here, Nanoswarm went from 4 seconds to 5 seconds, so I was assuming that the DPS was going to be enough to break the switch. But I think it does reduce damage. What other util could break it? I mean, Brimstone Molly is definitely going to break it, but the question is, 1, is it worth? 2, can you actually land it on there? Probably not. This would be like way too hard to land. Like KJ Molly is kind of easy because it like glitches onto things. I think that any Molly lineup like would have to be like some weird shit, like bounce off the ground. You can't even get the height on it. So Brim is probably a no-go.
30 seconds left.
Going up.
So Wall even doing damage to it.
Going up. Going up.
One Molly does not break it from Phoenix.
Attack when they're suppressed. I cut their options, they make mistakes.
One KO Molly does. That's interesting. Can you check if ISO vulnerable will affect it? You're talking about the switch. I mean, it shouldn't.
Forgive me if
I would be stun locked if this affected it. No. Okay, so we tested. Wait, what about breach?
Let's do this.
Oh, if this actually breaks it through the wall. Wait, what? Problem is though, you don't have a great line. You don't have a great line though. Guess you could do it from here pretty safely. The only line that you'd have to nullify is basically this, Right, themselves showed it with breach, has he? This corner is spammable. Ha, that's annoying. Vibrant Wall, yeah, going through each one. The raise is gonna be too hard, chat. I think a lot of people don't know this.
Ears still ringing.
Pop quiz chat. How much damage does each pellet do? That's 1 pellet, and they separate into 4 pellets. Pop quiz, how much does each pellet do? $55. So it's 55, chat. So Raisinade is gonna like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just not gonna do enough. You have to hit it like pretty damn direct. Looks like the hitbox is pretty massive though. This might be the only one that's easy to break like this. 55 direct, yeah, that's in the center. So like, and you're never really gonna do this, right? Like that's just kind of whack. Scatternade in the air, it's even worse. Like for example, okay, well, I'm trying to find a way that I could even do this, like a line. Problem is I'd go into the line here. So even if I did find a scatternade that hit like this, only 1 pellet is really gonna connect with it. You see what I mean? So it's not really that doable. Let me restart the game. Raise ult to break the button. Huge tech. Is that good? Good tech?
Ult's ready. You can take the girl out of Salvador, but you'll never take the girl out of Salvador.
Okay, more mollies. Test the Gecko molly.
Bullets tickle.
Also, by the way, all of these lineups would have to be so pixel perfect, by the way. One molly does break with Gecko.
Back to me. There's my
The satchels break the button now. That's actually a good one. But, like, why would you? Actually, that's not even a good one. Why would you want to break it with a satchel? In what situation are you staring at this button and you're like, yeah, it's time?
Satchel out.
You're already staring at it. You might as well just shoot it.
Satchel out.
It did one-shot it.
Let's go already.
You said Phoenix Molly was hitting from the floor? No, I threw it. Don't forget, I threw it on the button. It just looked like it was on the floor. Just remember, like, I threw it like this, and it just looks like that. Oh, it actually, yeah, it doesn't break.
Going up. Going up.
You test Teo. No, I haven't tested Teo yet. I'll swap to Teo.
The ultimate's ready. We can stand around all day talking about killing them. Or we just do it. Launching missile.
I don't think it will, because it's at the edge of the missile. Maybe it would work on this one, because it's on top of the box.
Missile deployed.
Or you could do it on Heaven, actually. I'm gonna restart the round.
Make peace with yourself before you pull the trigger. By any means necessary.
Man, you have to be so close. This map is massive, chat. You'd have to do it like this, and this would be the only way to break it. Nope. So really the answer is if you need them broken, just play Sova. Sova Double Shock seems to be probably the cheapest investment thus far. Reduce the damage on the things. Yeah, it's like... The game has kind of always worked like that a bit. Where there's like... KO Molly was another good answer, yeah. Where there's like damage reduction to things that are equipment, I guess. Does KO Molly not break it? No, we tested it. KO Molly does break it. KO Molly was good. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick, chat. I'll be right back. Hello? I've returned. Breach Aftershock. Yeah, I mean, we went over Breach a little bit. I just don't know, like, I haven't theoried a lot of the lines and stuff to see if it's, like, valid. But, like, Breach is always kind of, I don't know. It's like whenever any new map comes out, everybody always talks about Breach. It's like probably the most classic thing of all time. Like everybody just sits here and talks about Breach and how like, but the lines are so good. Do you think pro teams will use the doors to kill themselves on eco like jumping off on Abyss? Yeah. Yeah. I can definitely see them just smoking off the same main choke. Everybody gets on the door and they all die to the door. Jack of Trades with the Prime. Thank you, bro. 2 months. My goat. Thank you, bro. Okay, so if you're looking at all of the Breach Aftershocks, this one's not really doable, and there's no reason to do it from this side, because you would just shoot it. The Breach Aftershock from here is obviously bad, because you have to go dry into this angle. But the Breach Aftershock from here, when you smoke off one-way A, this would probably be the most valid. Do you think breaking the switch would even be meta, or are you just testing it out? Well, yeah, like, how do defenders deal with a B-Link split if you, like, break that door? Like, what is really the play? Like, this B-Link space is kind of scary because there's, like, all of these peak on timing angles.
Trust me.
Here. Very similar to how on Corrode, it feels extremely terrifying to, like, do a B-split on Corrode. So kind of the same idea here. A bit of a crossfire here on the initial angle. We have to deal with like this angle along with peak on timing here, which is like a supernatural crossfire, right? Any 90-degree angle that can turn into a contact point so that somebody can peek off. These are always going to be pretty high pressure. And then once like this is closed, the only angle you have to be kind of worried about is this close right. And then after that, it's all like easy. Like nobody's going to be living in these angles, like standing here in the open. The only spot that you'll have to deal with is a guy that's like here. And this guy isn't at a great position to really take a fight, right? He's probably going to just be like back wall, maybe pixel angle peek, take a shot, leave, or just flex jiggle, depending. So yeah, I mean, in terms of a mid default, like you could just quite literally break the switch. One-way smoke here. And what's the real counterplay? This guy's going to like have to like fight deep off mid. You close the door with Sova shock darts, yeah. Okay, so in a theoretical world, and why everybody always loves Breach, chat, is because you can do little things like this, where it's like, oh, okay, look at the theory here. I broke the switch, now they can't come from window, and now I have this stun line. How do they play? Whenever you go on a new map, everybody's always theorying with Breach. It's so funny. Which, to be fair, some of these lines are pretty good for Breach. This feels pretty corrode B main as well. Pretty insane stun line. There is a bit of like a cubby that you can hold from deep. Cracking a cold one early today. No, it's just like a magnesium electrolyte kind of drink. I have one like once a day. It's like my guilty pleasure. Does Shockwave do it on every side or only in mid? Well, like, you could do it here. Is it that good though? Not really. You would just take 2 more steps to the side, right? I mean, maybe this is like slightly safer. Do you like Neurogum? I never really had the Neurogum. I was like more of a Neuromint kind of guy, but yeah, the Neuromints were pretty insane. I was the person that put them on, 100 Thieves at the beginning. 70 stream streak for Caribou. Thank you, bro. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. There's always going to be Breach theory, chat. That's just how it is. Everybody loves talking about Breach. And then all of the coaches famously really hate talking about Breach and think that Breach is terrible. This is a new Summit 1G map. That's good. Okay. Let me look at my checklist here. Things to go over. Is there any more interactions with the button that we should think of? KO Molly breaks. Sova double shock break. Breach Blast breaks it. Brim Molly feels impossible. Like that's just not breaking it. Gecko Molly we tested. Raisinade we tested. Jet Knives. Well, Jet Knives are going to break it, but you don't really want to break it like that. Sage Wall breaks it? What do you mean?
What's more into battle? I'm not
Phoenix Wall, we already tried somewhat. We tried Viper Molly. Viper Molly doesn't break it. What do you mean Sage Wall breaks it? Why would you even want to break it with a Sage Wall? Oh, you're meaning the door breaks the Sage Wall. That's what you mean, right? Surely. You're saying like this. How the fuck? Somebody has to break this shit for me. Check Brimley. I mean, I guess, yeah, we can test all of the ones with this box. I'm on the wrong side. think they made it so Phoenix Wall doesn't damage this shit.
Going up.
Oh, it did break. What? When I missed it, it broke. It still didn't full break though.
Last round in the half.
My ultimate.
How good is looking through the door gap? That was what I saw.
No. What must be done?
And not bad. It is a Sage map after all. You drone through the door gap. It's actually a good interaction.
My ult
30
is
seconds
ready.
left.
My quiver is never full. Deploying drone.
Oh, you can. Why would you want to break it with Utah except mid? All the others are easily destroyed with a gun from main. This one is definitely not easy to break. This Teo break it? We tried it already. We tried putting the missile here to break this switch, and we tried putting the missile here to break this switch. Neither one broke it. Why wouldn't you break them when you have a chance? Is there a reason? I was trying to think about that too. I don't think there really is like a... I don't think there's any crazy decision making here. I think you just break it. Because here's the thing, right? If we were to go back to the Valo plant, the only one that would probably have some level of justification on not breaking it would be to make this rotate longer. But like, is the rotate even that much longer? Would defense side ever break them? No. No chance. No chance. A side is so small. Yeah, A side is super small. I think the B side will play pretty normally. I think the A side is going to be fucking weird. I mean, this one is pretty easy to break from like a spam. For sure. And I just don't know why you would ever not break the door. Usually the mid one, it would make sense if there's some logic between like the rotate point. Being able to rotate like this isn't even like that sick. We already pitched an average comp? No. I know that Omen's going to be broken on this map, though. I can say that with confidence. You already know there's going to be the cerebral people that end up picking Astra anyway. I wouldn't even blame them, though. It's a big-ass map. Gecko, does he go through the gaps in the wall? Yeah. I mean, everything can go through the gaps. If a drone can go through it, trust me, any utility is going through it. Are the doors breakable? No. I guess I didn't check if they were spammable, but... that would definitely be a crazy oversight if they made it spammable. Where would Omen play on defense to optimally smoke both sites? You could play here. It's 80 meter. And then you could also play A-Link here. You can definitely jump through a Teo drone. For sure.
They think it is more honorable to resist death. They're welcome to try.
Wait, where are we? Sage has a sister?
Drone going out. Drone going out.
Okay, maybe this is a lot harder than I thought.
Going out.
Okay, this guy doesn't actually go through. It's a raise map for sure. Wait, why for sure? Why are you saying for sure like that? Raise kind of wants like spots that are like more limited in terms of where to play. So like the fact that they can play here as an anchor, here as an anchor, here as an anchor, here. Kind of similar to Teo. You don't want this like super open space where it's like they could just play in a shit ton of spots. Imagine nading A site. Yeah, I mean the nade on A site I think is where probably Raze would get value, but toward B like it's too open. Probably KO is a common pick. The one benefit to KO on this map that I've seen is the roofs feel pretty open. Whenever it's like defense, or whenever it's KO, I always try to think of the defense value. Like this seems like, I don't know, maybe this is okay, but this is like kind of ass. The ceilings are really tall here. And obviously this is, just expect that this is going to be closed shot. And any bounce off the wall is usually not good enough. And this is like extremely high flash. It may look like it might be a good flash, but it's so easy for them to be like past the angle, accidentally anti here, and you have really only one option to throw in terms of a flood flash. Like none of these feel that great for reflashing B main. Above the gap in the closed door. The problem is, yeah, I mean, maybe. You actually could find a lineup for this. You'd have to be pretty fucking perfect, and I don't think there's anything that's like super clean to line up with. Yeah, I mean, that's just going to be annoying. Do the doors crush the util like KJ's turret? I'm sure it does. If it kills players, then I'm sure it does. Ethan will find a way. I think the bigger point is usually dagger value. If this dagger doesn't get all of B main... Man, I'm like full exposed here as well. More realistically, like, player would be here. Dagger all of this. This is like spottable, I guess, on the flex jiggle. Reclear all of B main. Chad, I'm not kidding, by the way, when I said that I could literally be here for like 10 hours. This dagger has good value. Obviously some gaps. Knife the deeper corner. What are you saying, like inside of B main? Obviously, you'd want to do the unbreakable one. I mean, the dagger value isn't terrible, but KO is typically a rotator. So KO being in this position is not really that real. And more likely, it would be like KO is like wanting to quickly re-clear B, throw a shit dagger like that. It's not really ideal. Deeper into B main. You're saying like on the corner, no? You're saying like here? I mean, you could do that, but it's just breakable. Breakable, you have to be entrenched inside. On the back wall. You're saying like this. Or are you saying like this? Throw it on the ceiling. Yeah. These always look good on minimap, but these actually always end up being kind of worse. From right side of barrier into B main. Oh, you're saying start of round. Chat, you're saying start of round. I'm saying mid round info. Yeah, you can start here and throw this dagger. Sure, that's fine. In the same way that you could do this on like Corrode as an example. This would be fine start of round info. But I'm talking about like, think about how KOs usually play, chat. It's like, this guy's going to be the guy that's like rotating between sites and they need to have good sight lines for flashes. Like, would you argue that any of these sight lines are good? Like, bro, you're fully closed in. This is not a KO map. I'll tell you right now, it's not a KO map. Rotate feels pretty bad. There's not good flashes. KO's like full cooked on this map. Like this being like your only flash opportunity. Probably your best one is to do it from super far so that it pops close to this angle. But it's like, this isn't even that sick, to be honest. Nismo will make it work. I don't think the dagger value early round is really what makes KO broken, you know? But, I mean, these early daggers are nice. They're good. I think this re-clear toward A makes him a little bit more viable. But it's not even perfect if you're doing it from this line, actually. Might be a veto map, no joke. Maybe. I do think full execing everything is pretty good because, man, imagine you're doing a retake through this. Like, what the fuck are you doing? These are impossibly... It's just no value off this kind of flash. Map looks sick though, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, it does look sick. It looks really fun. I think this is going to be one of the strongest mid lines for sure. What are the bandit buffs? Basically, it's more accurate on the like, you know how like you have to shoot kind of slow to like maintain accuracy. They just ramped it up a little bit. This like speed feels a bit more natural. Alongside some other changes that I don't really know what they mean, but it's just, yeah, it's better. Is map active for stage 2? It should be. Is it going to be hard attack-sided map in ranked? I don't know. I feel like it'll probably be more... Actually, yeah, it might be attack-sided in ranked. I'm not going to lie. How do you retake, bro? I'll say, though, some of the details that I'm not a fan of... There's not really like a decision or like a reason why... Oh, wait, my game's stuttering whenever I... What? There's not really a decision in terms of like why you wouldn't want to break this. You pretty much always want to break it. Having to play retake on any of these bomb sites feels impossible. You might as well save. Imagine you're in like a 3v4 and your B players lost the site instantly. Because that's like a pretty normal situation, right? Pretty normal situation to happen. Side exit happens. It's a 5v2 on your weak side. You lost your 2 players. You have 3 people coming back to play retake. And then doors closed. Doors closed. People are holding both of these choke points. Like, what do you really do? And it feels the same way toward A. That's why I was kind of alluding to the fact that like you can't really, if you want to find good fights, chat, I'll tell you right now, you're not coming from like these angles. At the very least, you're coming from like, let's say you're on retake toward A, just wrap them through mid. I'm telling you, this area might feel a bit scary. You're not often going to be held. Then you'll go for this rewrap, and then you'll at least find like a player like hard holding this, or like you'll find a better timing on any player that's in A-Link, kind of lazily holding. And then this part you'll still have to kind of deal with, but the mid rewrap is definitely going to be the play. Every retake. Alt orbs. Alt orbs are placed in the main, as per usual. I think you would always argue that this is pretty attack-sided, but maybe not. So they do have this little quick jump to be able to actually see over the box. Omen retreat TPs and blinds on A as a defender. No, I know that Omen TPs are just fucking broken on this whole map. We talked about the one way here. One way here, off angle, TP out. Pretty nice. May tech the box. Yeah, we talked about that as well. I'm not super clean on it, but I'm sure that people are going to do it. This map going to be like Fracture where defense just has to push lanes or you're cooked? No, I feel like holding the sites is definitely doable. Holding the sites is doable, but retakes are just going to feel fucking terrible. I feel like the problem with Fracture is like in part because holding the site is also impossible. But like you have a lot of area to pivot if you think about it. If you're dealing with an A split, you actually have like all of this space that the enemy team has to like W key you through for so long. It's a lot of space to clear. And if it's just an A exec, you know, you can like always peek on timing this, have all of this livable space. And it's kind of the same idea. And then all of these off angles, I guess. I do think that the splits are going to be fucked, though. The splits are definitely going to be fucked. Imagine like one Sage Slow. Wonder how this angle works. Nah. Is there a roof on this? No. I was envisioning a world where like a Sage Slow goes on a split, actually blocking off this lane. Like, how do you even play if you get Sage Slowed or Sage Walled here? Do you think Viper Wall as site smoke across B makes sense with flood into B? I mean, like as a lurk smoke. Should I need to restart the game?
My ultimate is ready.
Viper Wall as site smoke across B makes sense with flood into B. Ah, as C as a defender.
My ultimate is ready. I was saving my best poison for a special occasion, but our guests came all this way.
Every time I press B, it's so glitchy.
30 seconds left.
I have to restart the game. You're saying some version of... I mean, this seems like ass. Fun fact, chat. The Viper Wall actually extends past it, what the indicator shows, so this should get actually everything.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down. Not recharged yet. Not recharged yet.
Seems okay. The problem is with the problem I have with a lot of these walls, to be honest, though, is like, bro, like I was previously uncomfortable contacting out B. I see this wall, I'm like, oh shit, don't mind if I do. And then like if you do a standard like main to, you know, main to this kind of wall, then obviously that's gonna be choke fight heavy. I don't think you can even make this work where it actually blocks off the deep mid. Nope. mean, you could full ISO just this left side. But is this even that good? Not really. Because you're just going to one-way this box, chat.
Toxin screen down.
You're just going to one-way this box. Or I guess the elevation. Can you stand up here, by the way? You can. I don't think you would ever do a wall like this, but
Toxins going up.
it's a way to re-clear mid and do that exact pathing that we talked about. Can you get up there before barrier or no? I think a lot of the
Screen down. Not recharging.
attacker theory for Viper, you can only anticipate is going to be like pretty lurk heavy. It's just how it's always been. So finding ways to create lurk pressure. There could be A walls that just enable you to like kind of sneak into sight toward A.
Toxins going up.
Make it so the only place you could spot it from is like a spot that's really easy to pre-aim. People don't feel comfortable sitting here. But at the same time, it enables you to like take this info gap, but also take the timing into sight. This is like a potential wall. It could slightly be adjusted for sure.
Toxin screen down.
This is definitely isn't like the final wall. Probably be something maybe more like this.
Toxins going up.
Because then even on an A-link split, then you kind of lose all of your good sight lines as well. Harbor's best controller? I mean, Harbor might be really good, yeah.
Screen down.
I could see Harbor being really good. I think as well, there's probably going to be some pretty like meta mid walls as well. I think the barrier was roughly around here. We already talked about why this wall would be good a little bit, because remember, once again, while you feel like you're comfortable on this angle to like kind of hold this, you have to realize you're on angle disadvantage. So any player that's here that wants to use this wall to angle it out slowly from the reverse, it's just going to kill you for free if you're just sitting on that lane.
Toxin screen down.
I think Viper easily could be meta, yeah. And if you're trying to block off info lines again, I'm sure there's just more that you can do. I don't remember exactly where the barrier was here. But I mean, you could see even a wall like this kind of making sense, right? If there's anybody on any of these off angles, they immediately feel uncomfortable because they could be out wide on the angle or close.
Toxin screen down.
Doesn't Heaven just see over the wall at B? Not if you put it close enough.
Not toxins going up.
If you put it close enough, it's fine. Maybe if you're here, you can see over it.
Toxin screen down.
I think I just did a pretty similar wall.
Toxins going up.
Yeah, you'd have to be a fucking psycho to use this wall like this, though.
Screen down.
Will Mix be a good pick for ranked? I think for ranked, you can really play anything. I already kind of showed this earlier, but I'll show you.
30 seconds left.
Everything on the battlefield, so listen for noises.
The problem is they've been making a lot of really big maps. So it's like, you can technically, from mid-window, smoke both sides. The problem is, like, let's say you're getting rushed on one side. Like, you're probably just going to have to start mid. It's kind of like the TLDR and play fast rotate. And if you ever lean to a side, then your team is just going to be sad because you don't really have, like, a smoke for them instantly. But you can be not exposed while smoking. It's just kind of scary. Will defenders have any plans to defend the walls dropping at all? Or is it just GG's expect it to happen? I think a lot of the positions are kind of awkward. So what I do like with the design is that you have to like kind of be peeked wide into the main for both walls. or for both doors to be broken. So there is counterplay. There is counterplay. Kind of the same idea here, if you see. You have to cross fully. Now the difference is though, when you split, like look at how good this peak is. It's actually easy as fuck to break. We'll go look at it on the A-split as well. Both splits are like incentivized based on where they put these. So shocks do break them, yeah. Probably the best piece of utility though are KO Molly and Breach Aftershock, but I don't think KO is very viable. I think Breach could be viable. Low-key the biggest issues with Clove and Mix for majority of maps, yeah. It's like, it's fine in ranked though, because mostly ranked is like a one phase kind of round anyway. One day I'll be consistent with the double jump chat. It's a little too hard. Show Viper yet on this map? Yeah, I like just showed it. Some of the ideas. Hold on, I gotta restart the server. It's like starting to drop every time I press B. Did they make big maps on purpose to silent nerf Clove? I mean, maybe. Veto might also be good for stopping shocks and KO mollies if defenders can predict which door is going to be targeted. Perhaps. Perhaps.
I will find them.
Let me see. Well, let me look at my document again.
That is good for you.
Oh, there's other like random changes too. Actually, I didn't get to show you, but I think the retake game mode isn't available for this. For this server that I'm on, but it'll be live with the new patch. Summit only queue will be available for 7 days, so you can just like test only Summit if you want to and play it in unrated games. There's also like matchmaking changes that they adjusted. RR, MMR kind of stuff. So we'll see how that ends up feeling. What up, Swap Nil? Do you think this is a double controller map? I feel like this is feeling like a pretty contactable map, yeah. Definitely does feel like a pretty contactable map across the board. Will you be doing an agent tier list for this map? Yeah, I probably will. I probably won't be able to get it all done on stream because it's like kind of something that I would want to like prepare for, but that was one of my ideas, yeah. It was going to be to make literally like an agent tier list and make a video out of it. It's Swift, I think not unrated. Oh, really? What do you think about Astra sucking someone into crushing them with the wall? Okay, well, based on that,
30 seconds left.
I need to teach you something.
People, are you ready? You must cultivate a sense
Astra suck isn't like, it's not Thanos. It can't like fucking make you stay there.
I need to stop pulling them in.
It's like you don't have to be sucked into it. You can like jump out of Astra suck. You just literally spam jump while running.
Can't use that yet.
Even if you're stunned, by the way, this works.
Ult's ready.
So like here, let's say that I'm suck stunned on the actual thing.
Pulling them, blasting them.
Is B-Link indoors? Can you get a lineup there? No, everything here is good. The A side stuff is indoors though. As soon as you get here, it goes indoors, which I think is good because this choke is fucked. This choke is actually fucked. Do you think Cypher kill trips are viable again with the buff? Yeah, probably more viable. 0.2 seconds may not sound like a lot, but when you factor in like the fact that you have to like react, break it, and people are already kind of getting close to that window of opportunity to get spammed, it's definitely good. Why did Sliggy say corrode to describe it? Was he just clip farming? No, there's some like some layers of the geometry that kind of feels similar. Why do you sound like Keo? So I get this all the time. Why do you sound like what you sound like? You know what I mean? Shit, I don't know. Okay.
That's a star I cannot.
Okay, hold on. Let me look at my thing. Is there any wall bangs that we need to know about? Does this shit even matter? This is spawn. This box is definitely bangable. These corners are definitely going to be bangable. Okay, I really didn't like this bug. This bug actually made me a little sad. Oh, man. Would Senti seem to be the most viable for Summit? I don't know. I haven't went through every single agent yet. But I will be making a video ranking every agent on the map. Oh. Bro. When we were watching the show match, some of these KJ ults looked toxic. Like, actually toxic. Like, what is this? If they break the door... Chad, if they break the door... Like, are they just full cooked? There's no real way for them to actually break it. Like, maybe they could throw a molly and, like, try? I mean, fair enough, bro. I literally landed a molly on top of it. So, like, I guess it's possible, yeah. But, like, what if they just don't put it where you can throw a molly? Quite literally. They just put it here. They can even put it at the bottom. Bro, they can put it at the bottom. That seems pretty fucked. This is pretty close to even being more fucked. Because then you don't have that much space to live in B, man. Bro. Chat. Chat. Is KJ not like a free win on so many rounds? Obviously, this one has more counterplay. If you only go B main, then it's kind of a GG, right? Because if you live in this space already, like the B main or the B split, yeah, that's pretty fucked. That's pretty fucked. Is that not bangable from main? I think this is bangable from main. That would be fucked if that was bangable. What about KJ on attack, though? I mean, it's going to be the same story. I mean, it's still pretty impactful, this ult. Smoke. Clear out drop. One piece of utility. We already talked about how toxic this angle is. And the difference between Lotus and this map. KGL looks crazy on A. Yeah, it does look pretty crazy on A. I mean, it looks pretty crazy across the board, to be honest. Like, is there a single, like, bad KGL? It's the same kind of idea. Once again, you're going to have, like, one little gap, but you're going to do this. You could smoke door, or you could Omen TP across and reverse clear break. And then you just need to smoke this. Prevent the flood here. Probably use your Omen Blind. Prevent the flood. Bro, oh my god, bro. You said Teo ult, and I just immediately thought, like... Okay, I think that Teo's gonna be bad on the map. Let me make that clear. Teo's gonna be bad on the map. But when you look at some of these Teo ults... Like, Teo ult is always the thing that you look at, and you're just like, wow, Teo could be so good. But it's like twice a half, chat. Anybody that goes drop or like is in that zone at all just dies for free. Same thing is gonna happen toward A. Like, look at how money this shit is, bro. Like, I'm sure there's gonna be just a disgusting ult here as well. Kind of same idea. Or even back. Like this. Clears out all of the A site, forces you into the open. But it's like, the Teo ult isn't why you pick Teo on maps. I think Silva will be good if you know double shocks to break the buttons. I mean, I don't know. Still kind of like working through it. Teo missiles to counter KJ ult though. That's like kind of too... That's too, like, tunneled in your thinking, I think. Your actual, like, incidental value is not high. I mean, any deep KD ult as well is just fucked up. Like, actually fucked up. Imagine you have a post-plant situation, you throw that KD ult. Good luck in esports. Viper Lurk Orb B-Link. What are you thinking here? In the intersection? Or where exactly? Is it that good? I don't think so. I mean, you'd have to do like... You'd have to focus it more on one side, I think. If you do it this deep, you can still spot it. It doesn't really effectively actually do too much, does it? I guess it's not bad. Separate these two lanes. Make it so one player is so hard to hold here. It's not that comfy to hold this orb. I guess it's okay. It's not bad. Access smoke for the exec as well. Yeah, I think that's the biggest selling point, but... Yeah, you just have to force the duel to get this guy off the angle. Might be good. I feel like a lot of this is going to be kind of breaking this, though. Because you have to realize we're like kind of pretending that these angles don't exist. Because the button is breakable, but to be honest, like the button's kind of like... You do have to break it. The Viper ult's good. I think they should be. Yeah, like why not? Should be simple. Just slap the Viper ult on the choke. Ain't that deep. Maybe we're underrating how breakable these doors actually are. Aren't these like pretty good positions? Like actually, like kind of hard to break. Okay, these angles are actually kind of ass. Low key. This is fine. It's pretty good. Normal. Next to this box though, like not that sick. Top mid behind the door. And once again, you're going to get timinged out by the other side. You're 6 meters close to a wall. I think a lot of this is going to be like, you peek the initial angle and then you time out the other side. Because like, for example, if you're on this side holding the left side of mid, I mean, the mid angles don't feel very defender favored, I'm not gonna lie. You just get angled out constantly. You break any of the buttons with util or even is not that worth from the start. Like a raised nade thrown high. Raised nade is bad because each pellet does 55 damage. The pellets would have to glitch into the fucking button. Or you'd have to throw it like perfectly onto like this box maybe. But like at that point, if you're throwing, like it would have to be a set nade that would give you value, but the set nade would have to like literally glitch inside of themselves, which isn't really how the raised nade works. Verticality agents. I mean, there's going to be... I think Omen is going to be strong for a lot of reasons, but this drop control feels so broken, like, Chad. Like, I don't think you realize how many good, like, 90-10 fights there are in a post plan if you take this space on someone. This is, like, 90-10, maybe 95-5. They have to shoot you from a rope. There's no line of sight back to you. That's how we can check the angle. See from like this far wall, like they wouldn't even be able to see you. They'd have to like jump spy you. And even if they jump spy you, they can't do anything about it. So their only opportunity to fight you is going up a rope, praying that their bullets connect RNG, and then assuming the door's closed, right, chat? If they go here, this doesn't work like Lotus where you can like be full safe here. I'm holding my A key, and I can't even be fully safe on landing into this angle. No matter how hard I try, it bounces you into the open. So it's like... This is like an 80-20, and then this is like a 95-5. Like this duel. This is just fucked. Jet knives. Jet knives for what? You can't use the knives on the rope. Is jump down better than instead of slide down? If you think you're being held... Maybe, probably. Bro, if you even try to jump across the angle, like, without jumping early... They should change it to 2 ropes like split. I actually agree with that. I agree with that take. Is there like a fucked up angle here? Why is the rope even in that spot? I was trying to think, like, why did they not put it in the center? I think your head shows for a second if you go like this.
Here.
What up, by the way, Smoke? This map is massive. Yeah. Yeah, it's... I mean... I think it's like an illusion of how massive it is. It's like pretty comparable to, like... Sunset in terms of like the same kind of like smoking idea, and same, maybe it's like slightly wider. You Odin spam mid button. From here you can, yeah, I believe. Here, let me get a ping on it. Ooh, you can't.
Here.
No, not really. What is the B heaven to A timing? Oh, it's like 20 seconds. We talked about this earlier. If you're a sight player on B, you knife outrun. No matter what path you take, and this is by far the safest path, obviously. This is a 20-second rotate. Any agents in particular you think are going to be meta? Been kind of like still going through it. I think Omen will be like especially good.
My ultimate is ready.
I press restart game instead of end game phase. Is Gecko any good? It's probably not great. Probably just okay.
My ultimate is ready. They fear death.
Gecko did get buffed to 15 seconds on rechargeables. Pretty goated. But yeah, what I anticipate will happen with this map in terms of the macro, this smoke is almost like a every single round kind of smoke, I won't lie. In terms of like nullifying the early timing, like you can beat the timing as a defender to like peek past this and play in front of it. But it's definitely a pretty big, like, I don't know, it's pretty scary to do so. It's pretty good control smoke. I think both sides are going to be using that one way a lot. If you're like Chamber, though, I feel like you can disrespect so much. You can disrespect so many angles with Chamber on this map. Chamber might be actually really good. Off the rotate time alone, is it crazy to say Harbor might be gross, similar to Breeze, where you get sight and instant in the round? Yeah, I think Harbor will be good. Do you think Harbor will be good? I haven't really like theoried a lot of the agents yet. We were like mostly looking at like plant spots, one-way smokes, angle advantage, map control, how the doors work. There's a lot of stuff to go over in this map. But yeah, I mean, if you consider how broken A-Link splits are, like, look, bro, like, you're retaking through this. Bro, you're retaking through this. It's like, bro, like, this choke is so small. What do the buttons do? So basically, these buttons, you see this door, right? They have 125 HP, so they break with 4 shots from the Vandal, and it full closes this door for the rest of the round. There's a little gap in the top. Pretty much all utility fits through it. We tried with Teodrone. Teodrone was the only thing that we've seen that doesn't fit through it. But Sovidrone will, as an example. They're in spots on the map that's like somewhat hard to like break. It's not that easy to default break, but utility can break it. So like double Sova Shock can break it. KO Molly can break it. Breach Aftershock can break it. The splits feel like probably the highest value on the map. You just get the most amount of map control. And you have pretty easy options to break both buttons that are on the side. Once again, you'll see here. Like, this is really easy to break. The side hits like from main don't feel like sick, but probably are doable. There will definitely be like a type of team that just does like a bit of a mid default and go back slam sights. Doors are T-sided for the most part. Here's the view from mains. From mains, to be able to break the button, you have to like full cross to the opposite side of the main to be able to break it. So it's definitely not like T-sided, the buttons. There is counterplay. There is counterplay for defenders. Because like, look, this would be an open angle the entire time that you're like scaling here. Then you'd have to spam this one or go all the way to the corner to be able to break it. So I'm just saying like Omen is so OP in so many of these cases because like angling out from here doesn't feel that bad. This feels like pretty damn normal. Nobody's going to sit in these corners typically. And then you can just like break it pretty easily. And this applies to both sides. There's so many reasons why Omen's going to be meta. Also, if you want to fake this mid default, you can fake the TP across. This puts a lot of pressure on any Opper holding any of these lines that you're going to get angled out from the reverse side. As well as like, once again, TP across here, pretty high impact. Pretty comfortable lines to contact into, but also reverse clear here. Did you see they made all the walls brick, no Odin? Yeah, it doesn't really feel like you can Odin anywhere on the map. Thank you for the 50 bits, by the way, Mungie. I think probably the best line that we'll see is, once again, this one. But once again, this is nullified by this one way. I missed the one way. I think this is an underrated smoke as well for defenders. Probably make a YouTube short on this. Put it in that corner, chat. It can be another like one way. It's not really a double stack box, but it's like you still get the value of a one way. You get the early peak timing advantage. I just joined. Repeat everything you said, please. It's like kind of a lot. It's kind of a lot to go over. I think if people learn the jump tech here, it's pretty good too. But this one seems kind of harder based on the angle, because the barrier is actually here. Yeah, I'm getting that later timing. Later timing again. I don't know if it's just me or, but this timing actually feels worse. Bro can't do his own tech. I'm doing it with a rifle, by the way. I usually do it with knife. It's technically May tech. No, it's actually somebody else's tech entirely. But May was the one that's kind of popularized it recently. With knife, it's actually easy. I won't lie. But with rifle, it becomes like way harder. The timing is like way more finicky. Okay. Also, a lot of the reason why I think Harbor is good is because you can like kind of set the zone that you want to like fight for. And playing retake against Harbor is already pretty terrible, so it's kind of just like, I mean, even if you wanted to just do an A exec, I'm completely beefing it because I'm not actually trying super hard. I mean, this will just help you get the site pretty comfortably. I think Harbor is going to be probably pretty good. Once again, toward B, like, there's going to be teams that try to take all of the site for sure. But even just doing this is probably going to be good enough in most cases. Bro, I'm telling you, if you get this drop control and you're just sitting here, it's just not fucked up. Did you take Harbor over Viper? I don't know, maybe. If I have Omen. I know there's going to be, like, pretty good lurk wall toward A. Maybe this B orb is actually the meta. Seems pretty annoying to deal with. Like, what do defenders do against, like, mid control? Like, genuinely. You can't live in any of this space. So you shut the door and hold the slant. Retakers are just in hell. Shut the door, hold the slant. You're saying toward A or B? But yeah, I mean, retakes are fucked on this map. Without you even telling me which site, it's like already fucked. The drop I meant on B. Oh yeah, no, they're fucked. They're full cook. That's why I was saying, like, similar to Lotus, there's a drop, but this is like way more attacker-sided. Like, what can you do? This side, I think I was saying it as you were joining. This is like a 80-20, 90-10 kind of fight because you can't even like tuck into the angle, even if you wanted to. Like, this is me holding my A key, okay? I'm trying to min-max. I'm holding my A key. I'm holding A. I'm still in the angle. It bounces you into the open. You just can't, like, there's no point in even going drop. It's way too scary. Assume you take fall damage if you jump peek. No. You don't take fall damage. But now you're, like, falling into a peek. You have to use util like a flash or a molly. Phoenix flashing here. I don't know. The other thing you have to realize too, chat, is like, do you know how disadvantageous this whole section is? Here, let me explain. Let me explain fully. Okay, doors closed. Number one, if somebody's up on drop, like an Omen TP on drop here, there's no outside angle that spots you. I've said this many times before. You can just hold the rope, 95-5 kind of duel. I tested, back wall, you can't see these angles. You just can't. Like, look at how high it is. I'm super far back. I'm crouched. This is the top of their head. If they were to be back wall, it's nowhere close. So then you come here, okay? So you hold this angle, it's impossible for them to play. It's pretty common, even if you just hold like this, and this works like this a little bit on Lotus, because the way that angle advantage works, we're 8 meters away. This is like you're going into a slight one-way angle in a W key peak if you even approach this angle normally like this anyway. But you wouldn't even approach it like this because on Lotus, the difference is... On Lotus, the difference is you have like... I don't know, you have to be worried a bit more about like other angles, you know? You have to be worried about other angles. And then here you have like this silent drop spot. So the way that this drop area is designed, it's like you don't have a safe spot for defenders to come here and drop. So it's like, what's even the point of coming drop? What's even the point of coming drop? Like, just don't come here in a post. It's like only to like flesh out this guy late. It's like, this is such a good position to play, bro. Because it's like, you're full tucked here because they added this wall, which probably they shouldn't have added this wall. And then they're just hard holding this. This whole section feels like kind of insanely attacker favored in a post. You can pivot into any fight when they're flooding, but you can always easily hold this. The meta will for sure be this, chat. If you're an A rotator, you rotate through mid like it's Pearl, Haven, any of these other maps that have like this kind of interaction. So what you're saying is this map is terrible? No, I don't think the map's terrible. I just think you're going to have to do, like, you know this macro that I talk about all the time? Pearl, Haven, you have to flank through mid on your retakes. This is just going to be like a necessity again, basically. Because if you're trying to do a spawn-only, like, retake, like, you are full cooked. I think as well, if you're trying to come through, like, this zone, and they have B-Link and sight, you're trying to come through this, like, you're also cooked. The only thing that I don't like on the map is quite literally just this drop section. This drop section feels like kind of not great. Oh, I guess the other thing I don't like is that it feels like you should always break the door and there's no reason to not break the door. Like, why would you not break the button? What's the reason for attackers to not want to do that? Actually, chat, never mind. Scratch that. I have one. I have one spot and one reason to not want to break the door. If they have KJ ult, you don't want to break this door. Toward A. If they have KJ ult, you don't want to break this door toward A. That's the only one that I can think of. If they don't break the door, is this ult still good? Yeah. Okay. But yeah, if you don't want to give away this ult. It's a little too money, I think. I think that the way you'll have to play this map is like, you'll have to play the early layers or it's kind of cooked. That is a disgusting KJ ult. All of the KJ ults are disgusting on this map. This ult's disgusting. It's like a GG round. The B ult is also pretty disgusting and you can place it like anywhere. Like, look at these ults. If you only have spawn space, you can still do a full retake like perfectly. And this one, you can even do it from lower on drop. Here, you can do it as well, so that it's prevented from being mollied easily. If the door is popped, you can do it from here. It's not great. What about A-Link corner? You're saying like here. Yeah, I mean, there's going to be ways that like... this is kind of part of the reason why I think you have to kind of split on this map. A lot of the rounds will be split. That KJ ult doesn't cover the B-main plant against the back wall green box. B-main plant, back wall green box. B-main plant, back wall green box here. You're saying like you can still spam it or what? Like you can still have counterplay. Yeah, well, if they're only in B main, then we are also talked about this. Instead, the KJ could wrap through here. No under heaven. If you get to a retake, it seems impossible. I think Breach may cover up some issues with this area. I think teams will want to find proactive team comps to not deal with these retakes. Yeah, I think that chamber will be partially viable for the reason that there is a lot of sections of this map that need to be utiled, and there's a lot of spaces that you can't play with traditional characters. Like, once this mid door is broken, where do you live in mid? And when I say live in mid, like, I mean, for example, like, where can people position themselves so that they can, like, defend the space? You're not going to see a KJ standing in the open here, chat. And the reason for that is because what happens if you're against Leviathan or a good team that jumps across the angle and you're off-angled? You just lose? You just die? You can't play in these normal spots. Usually, you judge every map based on the pivots. So, like, mostly all characters will be here. And then, like, is there another pivot over here once the door is broken? No. No. Harbor makes the retakes possible. I agree. I agree. Harbor does make the retakes a bit more possible. Man, these like spawn retakes with KJ ult though are actually money. I think KJ is going to be nice. Does it really? Aren't you still flooding through small chokes? Yeah, you are. I mean, it's not going to like fix it, you know? I think that KJ ult is obviously getting insane value here too. So like KJ ult can help with your retake rounds. You know, like on Pearl, how there's a lot of like insane KJ ults, and that's kind of the reason why KJ is still viable on the map. I think it's pretty much the same story here, if I'm being honest. Somebody asked me to test this earlier, and I assumed that it's going to break it, but I'll just double check. Fuck it. Yeah. Hold on.
Placing sentry. Calling my bot.
What do you think about Vito? I mean, Vito might have its viability. I mean, I can definitely see the world where in pro play we see a double shot coming for a door and then you just see a Vito interceptor like eating it. What's your ideal comp? I don't know yet. We've only gone through like a few agents. I do think these KJ ults are pretty insane. Once again, just imagine you have the mid space. They're playing a post from main. Okay, let me give you my thesis on Harbor and why it could be good on this map. Okay.
30 seconds left.
Okay. Ranked. I don't know about ranked. I don't know about ranked. I don't know if people are actually going to play Harbor in ranked and if it's going to be viable in ranked. And I would usually not advise it if I'm being honest. I think when you have to play mid-centric on like Harbor and you're just going to like... Harbor's best in competitive situations when it's like under time pressure and you get one really insanely impactful wall timing. Okay? So whenever we talk about theory on a map for Harbor... And I kind of went through this yesterday. Harbor is exceptionally good. We'll use Abyss because Abyss is not a map that's currently in the pool. All of the positions you can play in on a post plant is like, you know, here, sometimes maybe here, but this person usually gets timed out and leaves this space. Player plays here, but there's like a really small area you can actually play in. Sometimes people try to play back here, but majority of the time there's going to be 1 to 2 players, maybe even more, that play out of sight, okay? And this works like this kind of both sides. Like, we'll see maybe 2 good spots here. Sometimes people will play these early positions, but they eventually all fall into out of sight. And you'll play a post where 2 people are playing out of sight. So let's go look at Summit and what spots feel pretty playable in a post. I think toward B, it plays out kind of normally. If you pop this door's broken. You have one person that's hard holding this. So this is going to be an S tier position. We've already talked about this. You can also pivot into these fights if you are looking to defend the deep space. But defending this deep space is not going to be crazy viable if they actually split you through 2 lanes. It'll be more of like they section it out where they take this zone and then they take the extra space after. But for example, on B, it's going to feel normal. There's a lot of spots you can play that feel pretty high impact. These spots, there's like 4 that you can play entrenched. You can even play behind the boxes as well. Pretty good sightline, I believe. Let me go check. Pretty sure from the dice position, you can still see spawn. And you can pivot into the B-Link fight. Yeah, look at this shot. Look at this spot, man. This shit looks money. Jesus. This will probably be one of my favorite spots, to be honest. Pivot into both fights. Toward B, I don't think Harbor does that much. Toward B, I don't think Harbor does that much. You can make a case for some things. For example... Oh, are we in ads right now? Are we in ads right now? I guess people that are in ads can't even answer me that. Yes, we got ads. Okay, I can wait. I can wait a little bit. W ad blocker. That's good. But you don't fuck with me? You don't want to support me? Kikun? I low-key want to get more coffee. Look at this drop. Look at this drop solution, chat. Done. Okay. Are we out of ads or no? Anybody know? I'm gonna grab coffee then. I'll grab coffee now and then we'll finish this rant. Okay, are we out of ads or no? Are ads over? Surely, right? It's been 3 minutes. Surely. Are we out of ads? Smile. If you storm surge the person and drop, isn't the near site kind of bad if you're already that close? Yeah. This drop space is impossible. I am done now. Okay, W. Okay. Back to our point, chat. Okay, so the whole idea is basically there's a lot of really good entrenched positions that can kind of fight toward B. And what you want to do is you kind of want to have Harbor in situations where you're countering the majority of people being in the main. So like, for example, if there's a wall like this blocking you, if you go through the wall, I think a plat player could kill a pro player running through a Harbor wall. Because while you're walking through the wall, if you're standing next to it and then you try to take timing, you have to accelerate, decelerate to get through the wall. And you're slowed and smoke blinded for that small moment. So if somebody's hard holding you on the wall, you just lose, right? So if you combine those details, you know, boom, plus Cove, they tap, reinforce, stick full. It's like kind of GG, you know? People are just sitting here holding. So these are kinds of the situations that you want to play in. This A section feels so weird because the, like let's say your retake is coming from Lincoln Cave. Like you can cut off a lot of the entrenched or the non-entrenched players. Okay, this wall's terrible. You can cut off a lot of the non-entrenched players that are playing like outside of sight pretty simply and be able to actually execute a full retake while one person holds the entire gap. So in a perfect world, actually, probably the wall would be something like this. The whole idea is just going to be that one person can kind of hold this whole gap. This box is actually in such a good spot in terms of it being annoying as shit. Because technically speaking, if you could cut off this so that you could hard hold this gap with one player while the rest of your team retakes, it'd be kind of money. This map gives Abyss vibes in the sense that playing on site for defense feels kind of cooked. I don't feel like playing on site feels bad at all. It's just going to be a lot of like, you need to use turtle smokes to kind of create space. Also, if you look at like what it feels like to play a post plant on this A bomb site, like isn't this A bomb site like a little weird? This shit is kind of crazy. We went over plant spots earlier, and like the best plant you can get is literally like here for if you're trying to hit everything. It's like a greedy plant too, because you have to deal with like potentially cave positions. If you plant here, it's probably your safest position, but it's not planted for shit. On-site main choke holding with the judge. You're saying like here. Yeah, it's like pretty equal angle advantage. This spot is not really viable. This spot's not really viable. If you're here holding like this, you're on slight angle disadvantage, but like nobody's really gonna backwall angle you like that. It just feels like what it's gonna be, chat, is a lot of turtle smokes for defenders. Turtle smokes to like maintain space, and then you're just like playing to like maintain your little zone, you know? I don't think exactly this will be the smoke, but it's especially more apparent toward B that like you're just gonna throw a side smoke. It's a horror for ranked because we ain't getting those smokes. I mean, just imagine that you're like an attacker and you're dealing with like a smoke that's either like this or a smoke that's deeper. It's like, fuck, you see this and it feels kind of comfy, but you can get peaked on timing from either side the entire time that you're scaling. If you try to do these like super deep smokes. I think that like, yeah, these smokes are going to be actually toxic to play against. People sitting inside the smokes, outside the smokes, edge of the smoke. Default orb smokes for attacking A. I think that what a lot of people will do, which is like really whack, is probably people will randomly smoke like like this and then feel comfy going into A. But once the smokes like dissolve, like what do you do? Once these things dissipate, you've given all of this area for attackers or defenders to live in. Just not good. Chat, the answer on this map in ranked is to A split, B split. I think more often than not. B, you could probably approach it honestly as a regular hit. Popping the doors really don't have a downside. What does a one-way look like on top of that box today? Go look at it. What up, Wilt, with the Prime? 2 months. Thank you, bro. Anything cool found on the new map? Looks like you can't one-way smoke this. Yeah. There's no one-ways here. What do you think about retake on this map? It's impossible. KJ ult's pretty OP. I don't know. We're still going through like kind of a bunch of different stuff. Can we see in VCT this season? Probably next season. What up, Raku? Can you use Sage Wall to protect the doors?
30 seconds left.
I don't think you ever would, chat. I don't think you ever would do that. It's not high enough for these ones. The only one it would be high enough for is this. I don't think there's really a reason to do so, and it doesn't fully like block it off anyway. Cove the door, bam. Cove the door, bam. Okay, let me look at all the agents here. Astra viability.
You can tell a peasant's character.
I'm eventually going to do a video of ranking all the agents.
Check me then, eh?
If anything, that makes lineups easier to hit it. True. Okay, Astra viability. Actually, we can do it like this. Breach. I already talked about Breach, bro. But Breach viability is kind of funny because it's like every time you look at a new map, you're just like, holy shit, look at these lines, man. Look at these lines. You want an A split? Boom. Hits everything. Insane. I think the best asset of Breach is the fact that you can actually Aftershock this shit. Because Aftershock is low-key a useless ability. So, like, in terms of setting up a B split, like, Breach is actually low-key kind of money. Look. Aftershock breaks the button. Stun hits the whole line. If anybody tries to play here, play the info. Punished. Is there a lot of gaps in that? Of course. There's always going to be gaps, especially with Breach. You can stun all of this. It's obviously going to be a gap here. Like, who's starting the round here? Probably not that often. Also, once again, I'm just going to repeat it, but splitting is great on this map, chat, because the switches are literally designed to be broken off of a split. You're not exposed to either door when you're splitting. It's just favored. It's just favored. Also, look at the defensive lines with Breach. Boom. Sheesh. Look at this. Sheesh. Your POV, what's the issue of Team Heretics losing? I don't know. Honestly, it's been a while since I watched them play. They kind of got out of the tournament fast. I don't remember exactly what the reason was. If you go back and watch my VOD, I probably said it. But I don't really remember. It's been too much Valorant since that point. KO knives hitting on the top of the HUD B sounds nice. Nah, I think KO's ass. We'll go through each one. I think Breach has some benefits on both sides. Pretty good stun lines across the board. I think a lot of defending on this map is going to be about a little bit more proactivity and like actually fighting the deep layers. Breach is probably going to be underrated. I think this is actually like probably A or B tier map for Breach. Crazy to say, probably as a coach, because everybody doesn't really believe in Breach as a coach, but I'm a devout Breach defender. I think it's like an A or B tier map for Breach. We'll go through though. I'll probably reanalyze everything. You're trolling if you think KO's ass. All right, I'll skip Fade and Gecko to show you why KO's ass.
That's a joke. Kill mode is default.
What is Munge? Or does it say Mungie? Emungie. Emungie. What is the role on defense for a KO? There are so many unbreakable knives. Okay. What is the role for a KO typically? Set up early fights for mains. Okay, that's one option, yeah. Gather info. Sure. But you're mainly what, Munji? You're mainly a bit of a rotator, right? I do agree. You can have start a round of mix-ups. Throw a dagger early. Pretty good dagger. Solid. Refights. Refights are good. Dagger. But you're primarily a rotator. My biggest issues here. Let me just. You want to deny hits with Molly and knife, correct? Yeah. So let's just say that anytime that you rotate on the map, the door will probably, if you're like in a flood scenario, that's like the most typical, right? For KO, you're in a flood scenario. You're so limited in your path on the rotate of like what kind of plays you can go for. Look at my rotate. Anytime that I'm rotating anywhere on this map, all of this is indoor toward A. My best flash that I can support sight with is quite literally a bounce flash, which if you're a pro player, you're turning these, by the way. Like, I don't think a single pro player is not turning one of those like bonk, like super, super loud bounces off. You're just very limited by map geometry on this map as KO. Your value, I agree, by the way, is not it. Like your value in this map is going to be a lot of like this knife is obviously very good. Trying to re-swing late to throw this knife for info is not really that sick. Maybe there's some nice daggers you can do to re-clear up here. But these high up daggers are usually pretty deceptive and there are gaps. So usually this is kind of like anti-shroudable a lot of the time. A lot of these unbreakable daggers. So like let's look at the unbreakable dagger toward B. Because we've already kind of gone over why like the rotate feels bad for KO. Because all of these A rotates feel terrible. You basically can't do anything on any of these A rotates. Let's look at the B rotates. We'll start with spawn. Spawn to B. You do have this gap here. You can throw A flash here. But you're limited in where you can really get it. You can get it here. You can get it a bit wider here. These are okay. They're okay. This looks okay. I've been hearing that the Vito TP is not faster on Twitter. Is that true? I think it's like the activation time of the TP. Maybe. Let me just read here. I'll read you exactly how it says. Arming time after placing was reduced from 1.5 to 0.75. So it's the placement of the TP. Like I throw the TP on the ground. This is now 0.75. It was 1.5. Okay, let's keep going. I want to rotate into mid to throw a flash for my boys. With this here, maybe there's like a nice flash I can throw as a lineup that pops over mid. That I can do even with the door closed. It looks like I'm pretty close to it, honestly. Have to aim a little higher. Okay, there's something that I could probably cook here for a mid refight. CT rotate between sites look long as fuck. It was 20 seconds from back B all the way to back A. This rotate is 20 seconds with knife out. Okay, now if we're actually playing to defend the sites, then I think KO has decent value. It's not great, but it's not bad. From that position, you're flashing and just watching the fight on the minimap? Yeah, I mean, exactly. That's like kind of the troll thing. Also, like, the fact that the door is being closed here as well is kind of also like meaning that somebody's already been here close enough to break the door or that they just blasted it. Oh, another benefit to KO on the map that we didn't talk about though is the fact that you can actually molly off this. It doesn't look like you can, but you can. You do have to find pixel lineups for these things though. Okay, flashing for a B exec. Options aren't that bad. Honestly, it's pretty low roof. This is pretty open. You could definitely find one-way flashes that like land on the left side. Sets up your exec and doesn't blind anyone on your team. This is actually fine. You think this is the best Vito map? Maybe. I think Abyss was the best. You think we'll see 5-man echo suicide? Yeah. People will definitely eco suicide, yeah. How are the roofs in A-Link here? Sorry, we did B main. Now let's go A main. Okay, what the fuck am I flashing toward A, by the way? What am I flashing toward A? Anybody know? Because I don't know.
Flash.
Like, this is ass. It's a roughly 25-meter flash shot, so like you kind of need like a very like KO requires a very specific geometry for like each map. Like very specific, because like any archway indoor like this, it's so bad already. Like any of these bounce flashes, like sure you guys can justify it in like your ranked games, but like bro, like I'm telling you, like when you're like thinking about pro play, like these are just not good enough. Like this value is not good enough. And then also, you have to think about where flashes usually get value. Chad, if you had to choose a map or an area on any map where you see flashes get value consistently for a kill, where would it be? I have one that immediately pops out, and I think it would probably be the most popular one that people say. A main ascent? No, definitely not. Definitely not main ascent. If you ask any pro player, they'll say that the refight A main ascent is not, it's not viable. B main ascent we saw with Leviathan, yeah. Mid ascent can be, but once again, I'll go over the reasons why. The biggest one that I always see people get kills on, by far, not close, is bind B long. Are we in agreement? Bind B long? Okay. Why bind B long? Explain to me why bind B long. Why is this the zone that gets the most flash kills? Long run up. Yeah, long run up. No cover. Have to hold W to scale. Yeah, it's like the kill zone is so long, chat. Like, this isn't the obvious. This is the timing with knife out, but this is 2.3 seconds with knife out for you to scale this lane while walking. It's, you know, about half that. So when you kind of figure in or factor in like where flashes will get value, you need these lanes where people will basically have no cover, won't be in like a good position to be able to exit scenarios after they get flashed. So like even bind, if you remember properly, the only reason that something dies here to the reflash B main is because he's full committed past the box, and the punish window is so tight that you can't even get more than just the one kill, because these players that are in this like midsection are actually out of the angle quickly. Whereas bind B long is probably one of those sections where you've seen the most like 5Ks, 3Ks, 4Ks, like multi-frags. Now, where does that really exist on Summit? If you reflash fight B main, very high chance you catch people in positions where they can actually easily dip out of cover, or dip into cover rather. Or they dip into a position like this, so you have to hard swing to be able to kill. Where does that exist toward A? It's like there's punish windows that exist, but they're much tighter. They're much tighter than a lot of these like positions. T-spawn, CT spawn. Only really the deep B main flash barrier. Yeah, but even that, it's like, look at how, yeah, it's like this flash will probably force a player to this line. But think about how anti-able it is on accident for somebody to insta-peek on timing after being part of the mid default when they hear this play happen. The reason why this doesn't happen as much on Corrode, so let's actually go to this. Let's say you're doing a bit of a 3-1-1. Let's say you're doing a 3-1-1 B main Corrode, and the team does this classic play that we've seen many times. Saturate here, Omen blind goes across. Accidentally put an Omen smoke. We've seen this a lot, right, chat? The reason why this is more successful is because this barrier has this wall to deal with. So the player that's actually peeking out here, often, by the way, this player is defaulting here, but we'll pretend for the case of the argument. You actually have to path more than like, you know, if you took this step already into mid, It's going to take you a few seconds to be able to walk back to your team and actually fight with them from the deeper position. Versus when you compare it to Summit, it's like, bro, like, there's no wall here like Corrode that prevents you from helping your team. You're just going to be instantly back in the angle. Maybe the downside here, though, is that the player that's at this barrier is always taking this fast timing, where like on Corrode, it doesn't exactly work that way. You maybe take like one step, but you're going to kind of probably stop most of the time at this angle. But yeah, you can see the difference. These like deeper B pushes works better on Corrode. It won't work as well. It won't work as well on Sunset. Or not on Sunset, sorry. On Summit. Putting Summit and Sunset in the same map pool, is that criminal? Less criminal than a player named Neon in a Neon meta. Okay, fair enough. All right. We talked about KO. Fade.
One dream ends, another.
So once again, Fade value. Fade's a kind of a unique character, chat, because the reason why Fade is kind of nice is because Fade is very good at clearing close corners. And even though you don't have open roofs for I value, so for example, if I'm a rotator coming here, even though I don't have open roofs for I value, I can use the Prowlers to help myself nullify the fact that I'm not getting value on I to get into better positions where I can actually use I.
Where are you? There.
You actually have to be so close to throw this high I. Anybody remember my Fade Tech video? Yeah, it's just not that good of an eye. How miserable will the die to door throwers be in ranked? No, they're not gonna. There's not gonna be die to door throwers, bro. 25 meters. W Caro. W Caro. Does that even scan? Yeah, 30 meters on the scan would be Fade eye. So I mean, it would not scan too much, but I think when I was like looking at this earlier, it was more so like you could actually throw it. Can I not ping up here?
There.
If this line was possible,
Where are you?
is this tree invisible, by the way? Like I can throw stuff through this. Man, I hate that some of these leaves are, yeah, like it'll go through some of these leaves, but not all of the leaves. It's kind of annoying. No, we're just now starting talking about like the controller vibe or the different agent viability. I don't know. There's probably going to be some pretty meta eyes landing maybe here, isolating like the sight corners, plus this flood. I could see this being the one of the meta eyes. As simple as that looks.
I'll find you. I'll find you.
If it actually lands there.
Find you.
Die to door round 2, eco. Yeah. It's gonna happen for sure. Anyway, I think that a lot of the Fade value that's nice is that the weakness of a lot of these agents is like kind of determined based on like open roof geometry alongside like a lot of other stuff like that. Whereas Fade can just simple as Prowler out whenever it's a close angle and throw I whenever it's like a high open roof. So like, let's say for example, we want to deal with like all of this B-Link space. You really can just Prowler it out and just like check to see if there's anyone living in this space. Clears this corner, clears all of these open off angles. Like I'm pretty sure Fade is going to be fine. It's probably going to be another one of those maps where it's kind of preference between Sova and Fade, but we'll see. We'll have to think about the actual viability of Sova and the fact that he's able to break these, because once again, my theory is going to be a lot of splits. It's definitely going to be split heavy. Because this choke, impossible to retake from. We already talked about this one way being impossible to rotate through. Is it confirmed that a single shot can break the doors? No, hoverboard. It's 2. It's 125 HP. But yeah, look how easy it is to break on a split, bro. It's way too easy. Mid control, king. This one way, OP. The only downside of this one way is that you can actually take the timing past it. But like, there's not many agents that want to take the timing past it and not like... You know, you're on angle disadvantage the entire time that you take this timing, by the way. Because, you know, obviously I'm going to be 14 meters away, and then... Even if you're back wall is 14, so it's even here. But once I like try to take any like deeper fight, you're gonna be on angle disadvantage. So what can be spammed on the map? I don't think there's many spams, chat. I like there being some spams on the map so that I can make content about it, but realistically, it's probably not that healthy for the game. Probably not that healthy for the game. There's no like crazy cringe like spams that you can do. You can spam some of this stuff, but mid wall to break mid button possible. You're saying for spams? Not really, because you can see it would have to be like a double spam. And this spam line is like a little too deep. None of this is spammable. But fade value I think is going to be fine. It's going to be pretty good overall. The only thing once again is like... Ow. Owie. The only thing is some of these like... Rotate eyes are going to be kind of like mid. Actually is... So that's the deepest I can go, so I can probably get a lineup here. That like re-clears all of mid, or like helps for a refight. In some regard. Could obviously make it more precise, but... Throwing some sort of a mid re-clear eye, probably land exactly here. With a set refight, could be pretty money. That one's actually pretty close. I actually like these overhangs. There's obviously a slight gap under, but basically makes the lineup way easier to actually scan everything. Teo value? No, I don't think Teo is very valuable. But once again, kind of going through everything, Fade seems pretty good. If this gets played as kind of like a control-based map, which is kind of somewhat expected in pro play, then we'll probably see double controller plus Fade. Or Sova. Cypher kill trip for door. What do you mean? Gecko. Harbor looks decent. Yeah, I agree. I think Harbor is pretty good. In terms of Gecko value, the things that Gecko wants is like, once again, kind of like entrenched spots, like limited entrenched spots that you can play that you can molly out. The molly is so massive that you get so much value on certain maps, but the one map that Gecko was obviously very insane on in the past was Bind, because this one molly would clear kind of everything. Now you have to adjust the molly. You can still clear everything with the molly, I believe. You have to adjust it though. Shoot the door as someone passes through and kills with the door. No, that's not really going to play out that way timing wise. It's just not really going to play out like that timing wise. When exactly does the door kill you? Do you get pushed up first? Maybe you could Grimwall on top of it. No, it just kills you when it slams down. But anyway, yeah, Gecko kind of needs low rooftops as well. Low rooftops, really clear spots to molly and get value from. I think on the attack side, the fact that they did buff it to 15 seconds, you can use a lot of this Utah to help you clear space, clear off angles. Probably come up with lineups to actually make you more able to default to main space, but show mid, it's attack sided. I think mid's pretty attack sided. It's pretty hard for defenders, this whole map. I would say this one-way smoke, pretty insane control smoke, because you can never really go for a re-peek here. And it forces them to kind of play these off angles. Which, if you get pushed off, like this is the one good angle in mid. Because it doesn't get timed out by either side. So like here, you're holding the deep midline from both sides. So for example, if a player comes through here, obviously you die. If a player comes from this side, reverse clearing you, it's like there's a small angle advantage if they do this movement, but it's like, bro, who's going to come mid, dry swing that side, in case they, you know, don't smoke it, and then full reverse clear you like this on mid with angle advantage and kill you. Viper wall across mid. I mean, yeah, it's probably going to be a bit of, probably just going to be double controller. Double controller control kind of map. Probably. Because, like, here's the problem with the B-Link space, bro. It's like, you hold this, you get timinged out, you're 8 meters close to a wall, and this is, like, pretty normal to do. Player reverse clearing you from here, die for free, so you can't sit there forever. So what are you going to do? Come over here, hold this crack? Okay, well, once again, you know, angle disadvantage, you're 7 meters away. Pretty normal for a player to, like, once they have this line, just reverse clear this line as well. Tater Sova as it looks so. I don't know. I don't know yet. Haven't really looked through. Fade seems like pretty good for dealing with any of the actual fucked up like angles like A-Link where it's like you have to clear a lot of random rack corners. It's not bad. Now explain how to hold with Clove, Jet, Sova, Chamber, Reyna. Oh, that's good. I think Fade on attack. The only weird thing, like, I think the BIs make a lot of sense. There's going to be some easy-ass lineups you can do for sure. A-side, though, lineups are a little funny. I feel like you can only throw, like, one lineup. You'll have, like, a fucking lineup that lands here. Some shit. Exactly on this. The whole idea is you're, like, trying to ISO the people that are coming out for Flood, but it's like, bro, it's so easy for a player that's just playing here. Just back up. Boop. Is there a world where there is no Fade and only a Sky? Maybe. Maybe, but probably not. I don't know. I'll have to see. As well, remember, there's Senti changes. Was there... Wait, actually, was there any Vice changes? There wasn't. Vice got no change. I mean, Vice isn't probably the best spot of any Senti, so it kind of makes sense. Vice and Chamber. Neither one got a buff. Cypher, better kill trips. Killjoy, slightly better, like Molly and Turret. I guess alarm bot movement speed is something, I guess. Vito's changes are kind of mid. It could be kind of cool. It could be cool. For like beating a timing, but it's like pretty niche. Sage healing themselves to 100 makes, I mean, just complete sense. I don't know why it was ever 50. And then GravNet being 50 is like a pretty good change. But I don't think you're going to see more like people pick up Deadlock because of that. I think the most underrated agent on the map is Killjoy. It has to be Killjoy. Bro, the KJ ults on this map are fucked. Yeah, I know why they did the changes with Sage, but doesn't mean that it's like good. Just because of lockdown? Yeah, I mean the lockdown value is like kind of GG. Okay, sorry. So Gecko, low key, you could make a case for Gecko. As troll as this may sound, you could make a case for Gecko. Okay, well, if it doesn't go over this roof, then I can't make a case anymore. Okay, it's like okay. You could make slight cases for Gecko. It's not great. You said you didn't know why? Oh, well, like I know the reasoning, but like I don't think that logic makes that much sense. It's probably the best way for me to put it then. Okay, so the reason why I think that Gecko could be viable, somewhat, there is a lot of open roofs in the areas where you want to contest. You are a bit more of a rotator, so kind of similar to KO. Like, you do have some issues when it comes to rotating. But there's so many close corridors. You could probably learn good tech to slowly section out areas. Like, for example, this B main space. If door is broken, I'm sure there's Gecko lineups. You used to be able to do Gecko lineups that like would bounce off the wall, but it would still target anyone in the corner. But I'm sure that there's ways for you to like just perma-exec like everywhere that you go on the map, have safe spots to pick up the util, and then just like re-exec later. Cut noise. There's a world where you could play Gecko in pro play. There's a world. Is it favored? Not really. The problem of Gecko, and well, okay, the benefit of Gecko is when nobody's playing Gecko, Gecko becomes harder to deal with because people don't have the pattern recognition to think about like, I'm holding an angle, I need to break the dizzy. In the same way when Phoenix first came out, nobody's turning the Phoenix Flash ever because nobody played against a Phoenix. Now you see people dodging Phoenix Flash like literally all the time. When Gecko first came out, I had players on my team that were literally trying to turn the Gecko dizzy. But is it actually good? No, probably not.
Last round before the switch. Don't save any
Sky value, we already kind of talked about.
use our stuff.
I think there's too many ways that you can dodge Flash. There's too many ways you can dodge the Flash shot. If you want to get good re-clear info, this will give you like some info, but look how many spots you're missing in terms of a gap. They can be tucked on these corners. They can be tucked behind the box. They could be tucked on the ledge. Will you do a vid recapping the stream? Probably do a vid doing like a ranking each agent on the new map kind of thing. Seeing how that goes. I missed the Sky value talk. Could you recap it? I literally just started talking about Sky. I think controller am I playing? Probably Omen. Omen or Harbor. Viper. There's going to be people that say Astra, though. And I want you to know, Sean, whatever they say, just know that Omen's better. But there will be people that say Astra. All the cerebral people always say Astra. But the in-game effect of an Omen is just too OP. I don't care if the win rate's low or if it's lower than Astra. I'm telling you, bro. This Omen character is a little too nice. I think Omen may get dropped for double wall. I think part of the reason why double wall is good on Breeze is because it's like less about fighting the choke and like having more of like the open space. Can you hang the Omen Smoke on the falling wall gap? I don't know why you'd ever want to do that. But I can test it later. Okay, anyway. For Sky, what is the value you get from Sky? I think Sky is a bit... Like, Sky has always made a little bit of sense with double controller because you can play for pop value. The problem is, though, chat, like... When you see a smoke here, let's say for fun, you see a smoke here. No, let's say you see a smoke here. This is more normal. Aqua with the prime. Thank you, Aqua. Okay, let's say you see a smoke here, chat. Where are you going to play? Direct my character. You see a smoke on the choke, your teammate threw it, and I know that the enemy team has flashes. Where am I playing? Xeno with the prime. Thank you, bro. Left. Here. Here's option 1. Behind the box. Also a fine spot. Like I'm playing here. At like holding one side of the smoke. Anti-flash behind the corner. Yeah, I could be anti-flash as well. Like my whole point, chat, is like naturally... People will always be kind of in good spots when it comes to dealing with controllers. You'd have to be kind of like a bot to just be deciding to like sit exactly here, like in the open on an off angle holding this smoke, if you know that a flash could come through it. So like Sky value recently against double controller or with double controller is just like, it's part of the reason why it's not very good. That box, you just get banged. Man, I don't know who during an exec is gonna like pop flash the smoke and then just sit here. Just, I don't think anyone's doing that. I'm gonna be honest. Brock. I think even Brock has pretty good game sense. He's not gonna just spam in the open and just get peeked on timing. Me, smile. Well, don't do that then, chat. You're going to get peeked on timing by either side. KO greater than Sky for instant pop value on this, no? If you're a attack side start? Yeah, KO is better for pop flashes for sure. But KO in terms of map geometry is not favored here, right? Even if there's a smoke here, it's 25 meters, I believe. 24, 25, 26, somewhere in there. For your left click flash. You have to like backstep throw and it's still going to go too far. It's going to end up like right here. So the benefit of Sky is like you actually can get like a good flash. So what I'll say is there's not a lot of kill zones on the map. Maybe B Link. This is a pretty long one if they try to go for a refight like deep. And they have rewalked all this zone. This could be one for attack. But usually what you're going to face is a guy that's flex jiggling on this. Pro play. Once this door is closed, you meet one guy flex jiggling here. Now what? Nobody's going to be really just off-angled here, dying for free. People in YouTube chat might start writing. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Don't know if you said, but what are the buffs to Vito? The range at which you can TP and placing the TP faster. He don't read my shit here and Twitch. I'm sorry, bro. Like, it's a lot to handle, you know? It's a lot to manage. Do you hate us? I don't hate YouTube. But yeah, Chad, I mean, this is like my whole theory. I just think that Sky's not super viable. You get a lot of info with the character on defense. Maybe... Nah, I just can't. I don't see a lot of great like flash lanes either for like punish plays. And the reclear value isn't as good. Because there's so many little cubbies, like little nooks and crannies that you can hide behind. I think Sky's okay. Sky's okay, not great. That's TLDR. If your team has a like Sky specialist, it can be viable. I think mostly we'll see Sova and Fade. And I think mostly Fade. Actually, is that even true? What's unique to Sova, though, is like cross-map darts. Like, cross-map dart viability is kind of big, man. The fact that Fade can't do it at all and is only low range, and Sova instead can just hit you with this ISO dart from cross-map. Fade for the 2 Prowlers. Yeah, I mean... yeah, it could be good. Could be good. There's your confirmation chat. Breaks on double shock. Once again, we went through this drone. You can actually drone through. Pretty much reclears all of mid, hilariously. I didn't even try to go for like optimal pathing. Okay, I've cleared every insert spot. Boom, boom, boom. And mid bottom. Chat, is this not fucked? Clearing all of B-Link. Close insert. Inserts there and there. Full mid re-clear. And I don't usually like mid re-clear drones, to be honest. Where does KO ult go? Inside the door. I think it would just insta-kill you anyway. I can test it though for you. Am I dumb or does this feel insanely like corrode mid? No, I don't think it... no, not entirely. So you just go minus 400. they hear like always. Well, I mean, for example, if you do it on good timing, you could re-walk the space as well. Like I am like, if you watch my stream at all, you'll know that I'm not a big fan of the mid drone, but like you can't argue that this isn't max win value. If you have a retake on A and you're doing this macro that I talked about where you're just re-walking this space and like reverse clearing the A split, like that drone helps to set all of that up as well, and you're doing it from safe. Like they can obviously maybe molly you, but like, bro, you're gonna know that it's coming and you're just gonna be able to get off. But once again, probably the best value you can ever get off of Sova, like utility, is gonna be main reclear stuff. But like the downside of main reclear here with the drone is gonna be they're gonna hear it the whole way and be able to react to it. Wait. Testing? No. Hold on. No, I keep hitting the ledge. It's like a ledge above me. My god, it's actually like... there we go. Okay, it's not bugged. Congrats, Riot. The alt line's like? I mean, this alt line's fucking insane. I mean, this alt line is like ridiculous, bro. Oh, don't get caught off guard by the elevation chat. It's actually a little bit higher. Bro, look at this alt line. Like, how do they play? I mean, they're just gonna go through mid, though. I think more than likely they'll just go through mid. I think elevation is also a little funny over here. Look at this. Look at this elevation. You reshowed the KJ alts. Here, look at where my Sova audio circle is. This is roughly the size of a KJ alt. The KJ alts are fucking insane on this map. Said it many times before. This is another KJ alt. clears out all of sight, pushes you even out of B-Link. If you have B-Link control and they didn't split mid, you can fully flush them out of B main. It's like so fucked. I unironically think this might be a crazy take, chat. I unironically think Breach is pretty good. I think there's always like some early days like Breach abusers on this map that just absolutely farm. There are some Breach abusers that usually farm when a new map comes out. And then it just completely falls off because people actually learn the lines, but Coach Union shunning you immediately. It's just so funny, bro. It's like a hip thing to do to like Astra and to hate Breach. But I'm like a more like an in-game application kind of guy. You can't tell me that this isn't good. You can't tell me that this isn't good. You can't tell me that that's not good. This fucking piece of utility is already kind of shit. The fact that you can default mid with no risk, break the door while you have a one-way smoke at A main. This is your default. Nothing else has to happen in the round. But isn't Breach also like literally close to 40 then to 50% win rate? But you have to factor that the issue with Breach is incidental value. Win rates shouldn't be a factor in you determining if an agent's good. If the team doesn't play to the game plan well, then yeah, no shit. Like every character is going to be bad. All win rates tell you, chat, is the natural value of a character, like without implementation, like in a system around it. If you just play Breach, you have no intention of understanding how to play the map, and then you're just stunning random lines. Like, yeah, it's going to look like shit. Just double shock lineup instead. Okay, let me tell you the reason why a double shock lineup onto a door might be troll. If we were playing against a Vice, or we're playing against a Cypher. Let's say we're playing a Cypher, okay? Average Breach player just stuns random shit for fun. Guys, the default way that people play Breach in solo queue and in competitive is they stun instantly for control. Chat, they stun instantly for control. What the fuck kind of control are you getting? You're getting a guy posted on this line that you could have already peeked alone anyway. You don't get control. This is just a waste of utility. No wonder it has the lowest win rate in the game. People use the utility terribly. Also, chat, I know we haven't talked about the one-way trips, but this is a kind of a nice trip. It'd be kind of a shame if we used our double shock on a button instead of on a trip that might just be really fucking strong. You right? Thank you, bro. I'm always right. No ego, though. I'm always right, no ego. But gimmick must be broken. Always right, hashtag humble. You want to see another one, chat? Actually, nah, this one doesn't work. I was thinking about this one, though. Imagine. LeBron James trip. This trip getting patched for sure? You think so? Worst agent in the game, Breach, Deadlock, or Gecko? Reyna. Oh, chat. Don't mind if I do. This one's pretty breakable, though. TBH. Do you think teams are going to inspan this map for Split 2 because it's so new? Yes. Yes. It's just a trend, bro. All the EWC teams are... Oh, I kind of like that. This map is in EWC? I have no idea. I hope so. Or else the split 2 teams are kind of like a little doomed. Because they're going to be... those guys are going to have to permaban the map because they won't have any time to practice it. Oh, it's a bear! Is this a camera or a speaker? Sorry, it's getting to that point. 4 hours in, one server. I could see Sage being pretty viable on this map too. I'm sure there's some really fucked up cams you can do start around as well. What? This is not a possible jump. Yeah, it's a little higher than a single box. I can't wait to be doing this off stream. You guys are really getting a taste of like how mental I really am. Lock in 6? I am locked in. Just trying to see if there was a cool cam. Is the Sage wall behind the doors not OP? It's not OP. It's not OP. But it's a good mix-up. You can't tell me you wouldn't get caught off guard by a Sage being in this fucking window holding the B main line. Or A main line after you broke the A main. Bro's looking at bears in spawn. Okay, you might be a little delayed. What do you think about Teo on this? I already went through Teo a bit. I don't really like... The reason why I didn't really like Teo was... Shall go back into Teo. The reason why I don't like Teo is on a retake, like there's too many entrenched open areas. So like the players that are in a retake, like where am I missling? If I missile here, well, unlucky. They could just be playing at this pivot instead. If I missile drop, it could be good if I was like the player that's trying to retake drop here. Like holding this line and then I missile drop. You spend long hours in customs when I release a new Champion League as well? Yeah. Learn like every interaction with every agent. Or every champion. The problem is, there's not clear enough zones to use Teo util. It's the best way to put it. It's like on a site exec, I could do this. But like, once again, like if I was the player that was here, I'm just going to pivot here and just still play the exec like normal. Yeah, I can show the angle for you. But yeah, my rating of Teo is pretty low. I will say. Pretty low.
30 seconds left.
We fight once again.
Missile break door? No. This is the one that I think would be probably the most... Like, I think I would get caught off guard most... Well, I guess I could get caught off guard by any of them, really. This one would be hard because you have to kind of like play the 50-50 a bit. Yeah, you wanted me to do this one. The problem is I can't break my own door. Wait, you're saying... What? Wait, why would I do it like that, Hades? It seems kind of bad. If I did it like this, it would make a little bit more sense, but... Can you see Omen TP from there? So somebody asked if I could place the wall on this, but... This is what Grim did, yeah. Which agent do you think is the most broken on this map? I think Omen's going to be really good. Actually, I wanted to see, because Vice Ult is a little bit smaller, obviously, than KJ Ult. So I wanted to see if the value is pretty comparable or not. Mr. Handsome Noodle with the Prime. Thank you, bro. Appreciate it. Pretty sure you can TP through the gap. You're saying, like, if I was to TP with Omen through the gap. Maybe. Does this wall go all the way across? It does. See, like, this is the issue, chat. Like, if you're playing against a Vice, you're playing Sova, you double shock the fucking wall. Like, the button. Then how the fuck are we breaking this? So how do we break that then? Do you look for the best plant spots in sight? Yeah, they're pretty fucking weird, to be honest. We did go through it, though. Probably make a YouTube short about it. I don't know how I'm going to make it, though, because these plant spots are not really common. I don't know if there is really a default spot. You plant for here. You're exposed to... I guess people are going to have to call that gym, but people are going to call that spawn, let's be honest. That spawn, that's B-Link. Everybody's calling it that. We all know. So if you want to be safe to everything, like, isn't the plant quite literally just boom? Like, look at how the site actually interacts. Like, this drop angle is actually low-key kind of nice. Because you can, like, hold these, like, so many angles on their plant. So, like, the most safe spot you can do is literally as soon as you get here in the zone. If you go here, you risk crossing into these drop angles. I guess we didn't test to see if you could spam this spot. Which you can. You need to be Omen to play there, though. Yeah, that's part of the reason why I think Omen is so OP. I think you just have to plant here, literally. So you plant on this side, you're exposed to spawn. If you plant anywhere here, you're obviously exposed to spawn. You plant here. I mean, I guess depending on the site, the space that you take, you could plant in some of these spots, but the go-to, chat, is just you plant where you have the control. If you did a B split, I mean, planting here is going to be the safest probably no matter what anyway. Neon wall for execs. I mean, it'll help. Like neon wall, like across. Section out this left side. Face this side together with your team. Sure, you could find a way to make neon walls actually valuable. You one way the bomb. Probably not with this one way. If I plant it on the right, I could, for sure.
Thrifty. 30 seconds left. Thrifty.
One should probably smoke both right lanes. No on B. There's going to be two different approaches. I think in ranked, this will probably be one of the safer approaches. The problem is, this is actually fucking terrifying. You do your exec. Like, this is part of the reason why Omen's so OP, though. You can be hard held here from lower, though. You are going to get angled out if they walk across B main, but if they hear a TP across and they're, like, kind of on top of it, just hard to hold you. It's like a high-low with the button. Spam through the wall where the box plant is. I think this one. You're saying this one. Yeah, I don't think this is really one-waying the guy that's on site. Best dive duelist on the map? I think early days, Jett is always a safe pick. The reason why Jett's a safe pick is because you can always do dashes that are like this, that help you section out like the front to back. I think Jett is always a safe early pick to any new map. And then as the meta develops, it's bit better to like kind of branch out. For example, like where do you double dash entry with Waylay without getting punished? If you dash entry here, there could be just a player at the box here, and you're just dead. Also, look at this pivot from drop into the spot. You could just be literally here and kill this guy for free. If you're Jett though, and Jett dashes to this door in a smoke, and your team can see like the gap, like you dash here, your team can see this, then you get to like mini-map these players as you're dashing to kind of get info. I think Neon will be pretty valid as well. Neon, it's pretty safe for you to do the exact same thing. You can wall across drop, get your whole team out of the choke on this side and like play to drop and fight the site together. I think there's a way to make Reyna competitively viable. Only on like Icebox, because Icebox plays like a peak on timing kind of map. Neon, Jett, maybe Waylay. Yeah, I think Waylay needs like time. High key, Waylay needs time. You need to learn all of like the good positions that enemies play. If you have good util sets, like maybe there is a way to like flush out this player so that you can enable this dash, and then the Waylay can like hard scale to punish. Waylay ult will always have insane value in some of these chokes. Like bro, like when you're theorying Waylay, I think you can probably come up with some insane shit for this map. Just look at how the map is designed. Just run around with this thing on, like bro. B main, deep fight, money value. I mean, for example, here, kind of already talked about this with the Waylay. Like, there's ways for you to get out of this angle. I could probably do it a bit better. But the goal would be basically to deny this anchor getting an opportunity to actually kill you. You need to get past this angle to the point that you're like here. This is your best landing spot. But even then, remember, like, there's gaps in this kind of ult too. A player that's sitting at the edge of this smoke could easily just take timing after, kill you for free. I think Waylay could be good. Jett, Waylay, Neon, I think are valid. I think Raze, not that valid. If I was Raze, what would I do, sequence-wise? This angle is not really a real angle. You can clear these pretty easy. Maybe I'd just Roomba. Like, what am I even Roombaing? Is B main advantage for attackers or defenders?
30 seconds left.
One barrier. Defenders. It's defender favored. You can be off angled. You could Roomba B main control, I guess. Can you one way from this? I see what you mean. Like this as the one way. I don't think so. I think it's too high. What up, jerks? I need to restart the server as well. Shit's bugging again. Chamber plays there just fine. I think Chamber will be good. I think all of the Sentinels, like, is there a bad Sentinel on the map? Probably Deadlock. There's a lot of gaps in the map. I haven't gone through all of that though, all of that theory. Just waiting for my in and out. Bro, I gotta get some food. How's Vito? It's like very little changes. I think unless they change something really crazy about Vito, I don't think that people will play him in competitive.
My ultimate is ready. I feel a strain. Block it.
There's a very small subset of like coaches and teams that actually want to make Vito like actually get value. You tested the Omen TP audio change? No, I haven't tested it. Okay, let me min-max. I'm gonna min-max the smoke as much as I can. Yeah. If I min-max it, yes. I can make it a one-way. Now the question is, can I still place this even though Chad, I can't.
Cover going out. Shadows traveling. I feel like myself.
Okay. I mean, that's a good interaction to know about. That was min-max, by the way, the first time. So, like, I don't know if it's going to work the second time. That's why I'm retesting it.
Planted. Shadows traveling.
Can't one way. You actually can't one way it. That's actually funny. Can you do it around the corners though, or something? No, that's so troll, bro. Why is it even coded like that?
Shadows traveling.
So you can't block the doorway, maybe? No, I know for sure I could defuse there. Look at how aesthetic this map looks. Can we just appreciate this for a moment? This actually looks fucking nice. This might aesthetically be my favorite map. Let's go see what's going on over here, bro. Might be worse for FPS. This, well, yeah, fair enough. Maybe it is. Well, these are hollow. There's some maps you can actually chill on these. Look, I'm in the boat. Chat, I'm in the boat. Look at what it's done to my character model. Oh, yo. You can't stand on this one. Jesus. Surely there's got to be some animals out here. They always put... Yo. Hey. Really? They didn't put anything in that? Usually they make it so there's like... There's like stuff off the map that you can go look at and explore. Nah. I might be the only person in history to break that thus far. That's funny. It's not even breakable from the map. There's no way. Like, you know on Breeze, like there's that like castle that's in the background. And there's like the fucking animals inside of it. Taking a break from our regularly scheduled programming to go explore the map a little bit. I love how all of these are like 2D. Seems like they didn't add anything like hidden in these, bro. They usually do. You always see it from under the map. What the fuck was that? You test the Sage versus Jet hologram fight by the gym, I think. Yeah, I can test that. I don't know what that is, but... Where the fuck am I? Yo, where am I? Oh, I'm in gym now. Bitch ass. So what am I testing? I did see this. So who the fuck is that? Look at fucking the big boss, man. Can I stand in here? I can't. The hologram fight. I'm gonna take all these bitch asses out. That guy's spammable, I think. Wait, so where's the... Where is it? You said it's by the gym, but I didn't see anything over there. So now what? Those little fuckers probably stealing my frames. That's good. Ooh. The different elements? Oh, I actually like that. That's cool. ISO. Makes sense. ISO's Chinese, right? Sage. Who the fuck is that? New agent? Imagine. Is there anything cool in here? Is it all just walls? Wait. Okay, we found a hologram. What's going on here? Oh my god, this place looks kind of aesthetic. Would you guys live in this? Would you guys live in here or no? No smile. What? It's got everything you need. Bed's kind of short though. Who's living in this? Like somebody that's like 4 foot tall. 4 roommates, 1 bathroom. It's not even that bad. Where's the bathroom? What the fuck? Yo, remember those 4 roommates you had? Make it 8. Boostio's bed is fucked. Gunshots would make the rent low. That's actually genius. Wait, it's actually nice over here. No, aesthetically, this map is by far the best. It's not close. I noticed this Singularity Sheriff and a mouse. Little arcade here. Knockout, Bazooka Badger. These are from like the Radiant Enhancement thing, right? Like the skin set. What up, T? Oh, I guess that's a good point. Somebody in YouTube chat said for the smoke here probably works just fine with Astra or any of the bigger smokes. It's pretty true. Pretty true. It's a good shout. I didn't really min-max this one. Oh, it actually... No, it's still the same. Because also the downside for Astra is that you can't really like get it fully like wedged into the corner the way that you want it to be like wedged, you know? Look, it's not even letting me left click, by the way, here. That's the closest I can get. And here you can see I'm in the diffuse range. So like it would have to be, yeah, like Harbor.
30 seconds left. Now we're thrifty.
You place the star before closing. Oh, maybe I can test that. But even then, it would be kind of like way too niche, right? That's so annoying, by the way. I'm gonna min-max this shit too. So as soon as I get the green indicator, instead of making it fall, I'm gonna make it so it places under. Oh, I kind of fucked it. Yeah, so you can still do it with Harbor, but Harbor would be the only character. Oh yeah, I wanted to test this too because somebody brought this up.
30 seconds left. Thrifty.
Let's make a plan.
No, you can't do it with Omen. We tested his smoke is too tiny. Goodbye. It full kills you. It does full kill you, chat. Did you guys see the interaction with Phoenix? It was like kind of at the beginning of the stream. Hologram fight is in Gymnasium by B. Okay. Gymnasium by B. In Gymnasium by B. This is called Gym. Boom. Am I missing something? It's in B heaven. You might have mistested the K-wall. You need to plant the spike as attack and die. Oh, maybe, yeah.
My ultimate's ready. The MVP is mine. Let's do this.
Here, I'll test it one more time.
My ult's ready. I'll shut them down. Until then, survive. No one walks away. My ult's ready.
I'm pretty sure I'm just dead no matter what. Even if I have an ally though, like, I don't know. Pretty sure, like, based on how I've been seeing it insta-kill no matter what you do. So that's where her old outfit went. Are we in Sage's room right now, chat? She's got a small bed too, man. There's no way she sleeps on that. Nice view, though. Hologram fight? Okay. Well. Alright, where was it? You said 6 minutes in this video?
Attacker spawn, or there would be the Gymnasium on B site that allows players to interact, activate it, and then watch a holographic version of Jett and Sage practicing their abilities.
Okay, well, I know exactly where that is, and that is not active right now. Maybe it'll be active after. Because when I looked over there, there was not that right there, I'll tell you that. Bro, like it's not even there, like, when I'm, like, inside the map. Maybe they re-add it though, like when it actually goes live. Okay, hold on. Okay, so viable characters on the map. Isn't it just the standard? It's just not a Teo map, not a really great KO map. It's like playable for KO, but not great. Gecko, it's playable but not great. You would say that this is like Sova, Fade, Breach. It's there, just losers are not allowed. Okay, it's a little much. Okay, best for this map on Duelist is probably going to be Jett, Neon, Waylay. How are the orbs for Phoenix? The problem with the current meta is like Phoenix is just so overtuned. It's like a stat check character, bro. It's like check to see if the orbs are attack favored. If the orbs are attack favored, yeah, you can play this guy. Isn't that like kind of fucked up? Where the fuck is the orb? Oh, it's after the round.
Last round in the half. Got spike. Either spend all your money or give it to me. Good cause either way.
Where the fuck am I going? Anybody know? Attack orb? Ooh. Chat. It's like split. It's like the split B main orb. It's not really attacker favored. Do you know what solves this? You guys know what solves this though? What solves this to make it attacker sided? Go ahead. You guys can guess while I go to the other one. IDK, smile. Harbor, smile. Yep, it's Harbor. Harbor Cove is so OP. Also this, yeah, that's pretty attacker. If you really want any of these orbs though, like you can like force it from a defender POV. I think this one is more forcible from a defender POV. This one feels like you might just get bopped by a player on top of the box. He said the solution was to move the barrier. Well, you can't do that. Can't move the barrier, unfortunately. Oh my god, imagine the defensive high-low. Did they patch flex jiggling? No. Alright, let's think how many lanes there are on the map. B main, A main. These are just standard lanes. They split up into the site. On the A side, the B side is one lane all the way through to the site. Okay, so 2 lanes thus far. The mid section only goes into 2 lanes, but it's 5 lanes if the door isn't popped here. With the door popped though, with the door closed, it's only 4 lanes. Is there ever a world for attackers that they choose to not pop the switch? I think attackers could justify potentially not popping the switch to make there be more gaps. The gaps are all kind of nullified by this though. So you'd have to deal with this player. Or create a way for your lurk wall to put pressure toward this. And then at what point do you just close your own mid door as a defender? As troll as that seems, like, we did talk about this mid drone being pretty money. I'm sure there's some decent utility you can throw through that. He did it. What? Surely defense always closes it? I don't think defense will want to close it early. You have to realize, once again, it's like... Oh my god. Fucking the door. The door has like a kill zone on it. If you unghost in it, then you insta-die. Wait, what? Eh? How come it worked the other... Whatever, bro. Just trying to prove me wrong. Door fucking hates me. Okay, so... Defenders wouldn't really want to close this because they always want to have the pressure to be able to like peek here and punish. If the door is closed, CT has free rotates, but it's like it's not really like that. Like, bro, like look at the difference in rotate here. Versus like if you came rotated here, you're gonna be like, you know? It's like, it doesn't really affect your rotate. I think it just deletes a gap for you. Which kind of is beneficial for both sides, depending on situation. Are you on PBE? Yeah. Every door breakable through main for attackers. Yeah. The doors are most easily broken through splits. But if you cross the main on both sides, look at how like far this rotate is. You one way that little hole on one side of mid. Oh, you're talking about this? That would be really toxic. I don't think they would allow that for sure. I think they would probably have patched that. Somebody would have for sure seen this in testing and they'd... Yeah, it's not even registering, look. Show match they were spamming the A button through the box. Yeah, you can do that too. I kind of meant like imagine a spawn rotate on corrode without worrying about window. Yeah, but that's kind of my point too. It's like the time difference isn't that substantial. Viper orb one ways for defenders. I don't think so. I think you would just rather put a choke smoke on both bomb sites. You'd rather have a choke smoke. There's no like real gimmick here, I think. You just defend both chokes and simple as. Maybe there could be like some texture here. No, doesn't look like it. I feel like teams need a lot of patience on this map. Yeah, I feel like it's gonna be played as like a, oh, you could probably lurk or one way orb this. Is attack default just gonna start with breaking all 3 doors? Holy fuck, that's a big map. What up, Bacon? Bacon. Bacon, are you a breach believer or a breach denier? Obviously, based on your question, I assume you didn't see anything about the map. I got forced to play breach this year. What do you mean by forced to play breach this year? You think this will be used a lot? Let me see. No. No, I don't think that'll be used at all. This is an overcook. I think the majority of Viper one-ways are overcooks. Because, like, why not just orb the choke? Why allow the players that are in the back wall? Why allow all of these players on this back wall to, like, be able to play the game so comfortably? Bro, this one-way doesn't even do anything to these back wall players. But it's like, also, you're allowing this guy to play the game. This B side already has enough problems, bro. Just orb the choke like a good boy. You know what I mean? Like, just orb the choke like a good boy. Try to not be so creative. You don't have to. It's a Viper Omen map? Yeah, I think there's a lot of approaches you could take. I think people are trying to be a little too creative with the Viper. They're actually playing Valoplant, bro. Surely Yoru is looking nice. Wait. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't even think about Yoru, but why is Yoru looking nice? Why Yoru of all characters here? Fast rotate. Bro, by the time you're like your TP, you're gonna throw your TP. I'm pretty sure the only types of TPs you can do are the ones that go backward, no? Isn't Yoru just like kind of a bad character? I think the one benefit to Yoru on this map could be that you can like, you get a little bit more freedom to like live in the mid space because you can TP out. Lots of weird corners to TP into. Nah, Yoru is so viable. Hot take. I think, okay. Hear me out. The one thing I'll give Yoru is it actually helps you take this drop space, and this drop space is disgustingly OP. So Vito will be huge for sure, methinks. Okay, hold on. Give me a second here. I'm gonna do some bro calculations here. 21 seconds. I kind of missed that, obviously, but... Because I keep seeing everybody saying that the map is so big. Like, am I missing something? I think it's just how the map looks. It like feels big. Because also everybody was saying like, why does the rotate look so long? It's like, bro, like a standard rotate on most maps is 20 seconds. You can press F to make that straight line, by the way. Actually. That's good tech. That's good tech. The doors close, the rotates become longer. I mean, we can go through it. Like B site anchor. No, now it's a straight line. I want it curvy. Okay, the B site anchor. If he wants to rotate through spawn, it will take him roughly 20 seconds. Okay. Compare that to split. The B side anchor wants to go screens. Will take him roughly 20 seconds. Is this map not going to be the stupid defense-sided? No, I don't think so. How many angles there are to clear? What angles are hard to clear from attacker or for attackers? Pretty much have to play chamber to make it like super disruptive. Dude, I'm telling you, I'm investing early, bro. Breach is actually nice. Breach in the early days of a map is actually so nice. I'm not kidding. Bro, I'm telling you, you just don't see the vision. If you don't see the vision for Breach, like I can't tell you what I can't tell you, you know, like it is what it is. Imagine a piece of utility. Not only does it break the button, it clears this close corner on your mid default. I'm telling you to be good on a map early, just put Sage in the bag. You put Sage in the bag, you put Breach in the bag, and you just become the biggest like set strat team of all time. How do you fight mid as defenders? Bro, I'm not gonna lie. That's like the one thing that's been on my mind. Because they were saying like mid's gonna be a bloodbath. I'm sitting here looking at this from like a defender POV. And I'm thinking like, how do you play? I'm like, how do you play this map? Isn't this map like... I feel like this map is so crazy attacker-sided. Like crazy attacker-sided. Because here's the thing too. Okay. Because people talked about this rotate. Like, bro, I'm telling you, nobody's rotating like that. Nobody's rotating like that on defense. You kidding me? Come mid? Yeah, let me go rotate real quick. Let me just go jump on these two boxes. I mean, you will if it's like very early round. Like, but like, bro, imagine jumping up, like shitting your pants on this rotate every time. This has to be attacker-sided. The best way to approach this map, in my opinion, is you just have to play the early layers and you have to look for pick opportunities, and it's just fucking hard. It's going to be hard. Because if you have to play retake, it's impossible. Like, I really don't know how you fight mid. Genuinely. Harbor wall deep mid. Nope. Then you have no high tide for the round. That's just like objectively bad. You just retake mid late. If you're an attacker team, you get harbor walled early, like it's GG. You already won. Is there some macro objective on defense you can see? Bacon, the one big thing that I identify early, and I think it's going to be important. It's important on a bunch of maps, man, honestly. Haven, you know this macro. This pathing on a retake off of a garage split. Like, there's going to be so many gaps. This path on the macro side of things is always kind of favorable. Same thing with this. If you're a B rotator going A and they art split, this path is just going to clear out all the lurks, and you're going to get a good opportunity for a backstab. It's going to work the exact same way on this map. I think this is like one of the keys to this map in terms of retake. Because if you have to retake through this choke and this W key lane, because remember, this door is gone. This full W key lane into this crossfire, yeah, right, bro. You're cooked. Yeah, you're cooked. You cannot play retake. So how are you going to be able to solve that? And it's literally just doing this and just doing this. Like, there's no other real solution. Look at general in your Discord. I feel like that would help the mid fight a lot. Let me see. Let me see. Which wall are you talking about? Are you talking about this wall? The big difference here, though, like, when you compare this wall to the Corrode, bro, when you compare it to Corrode, it's not even close to the same. Bro, like, the mid wall is good because there's, like, it's blocking the only choke that you can take. And it enables you to have a faster rotate. There's clear intent behind this wall being, like, money. To get, like, the same effect out of a wall, clicked on the wrong map. To get the same effect out of a wall, we kind of talked about this earlier. You can't just block off one of these chokes. Where was the wall that we came up with, chat? This is the one that you did just now. I think you would have to, like, quite literally do some weird fucked up wall like this. I'm actually surprised you can't even get, like, fully, like, the barrier is not even, like, good enough to, like, let you go a little bit deeper. And it's like, this wall isn't even sick, man. Like, you're not looking at this wall being like, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. There's two chokes into mid that you just naturally lose timing. Throw it from deeper into A site. Yeah, actually, I think I did throw it like this, chat. I think I did throw it like this before. Maybe some CS Ancient mid theory. I don't know anything about Ancient because I had never. I'm like very, very old days Counter-Strike, like CS 1.5. So, like when I was a kid, I played Counter-Strike. So I don't know what the CS Ancient mid theory is. But yeah, it just feels like you're not really favored on a lot of the timings, but you get timinged out. That's the problem with mid for defenders. I can go through it one more time, but here's the thing. The barriers, I'll show again. The barriers favor defenders in almost every single lane, if not every single lane. Yeah, it favors them on every single lane. You get this line first, chat. You get this line first. You get this line first. You get the B main space first. So you are playing retake on every line, but the problem is, if you look at how this midsection actually works, you throw one smoke, one way here, and you already are putting the enemy in a spot where they have to angle out the one way. So this line being held by an AWP, as an example. We already went through all of these angles, but I'll do it again. If an AWP is holding this angle, the problem is, and this is if I'm full back wall, I was 17 meters there. This is unlikely to happen, but it can happen, right? You get angled out from here, you will die for free without spotting the enemy on this pixel. 24 versus 17. You can cross the one way, no? Yeah, but tell me what agents you are comfortable as crossing and holding from here. Who's making this play and why? Like who is actually making this play? Chamber, yeah. That's why I have Chamber pretty highly rated. I think Chamber could do it. And the angle disadvantage isn't too bad here, chat. 13 meters versus like a player that's actually contacting out here. It's not that bad. Look, 14 meters, actually not that bad. Yoru, fire emoji. Once again, Yoru gets timing, or like he gets timed out. Yoru threw his TP already, and where the fuck is he TPing? This guy's TPing back to A site? Sure, he's going cave, sure. If nothing happens in mid, what do you think happens? Do you think any of these players feel comfortable, chat? I'm holding this line, do I feel comfortable? Pop quiz. I'm holding this line, do I feel comfortable? No, you explained this 5 times. I know.
Right there.
The problem is you get timed out. So like these angles don't feel comfortable for defenders. Is it not like Corrode where you lose mid pretty easily on defense, but the splits and mains are generally impossible to get out of? Doesn't really feel that way. I feel like, man, Sage is like actually so money on this map. It's actually disgusting. I think Sage, man, all of the Sentinels have insane value on this map. Literally every Sentinel has insane value except for maybe Deadlock. Sage and Vice do 2 very different jobs, by the way. Yeah. Who do you think is the best Senti on this map, objectively? Do you guys think this is a lurk-heavy map? I don't really think so. It can be created into a lurk-heavy map, but I don't think so. There's like 4 clearly defined lanes. This door will probably be broken. Flex Jiggle there, get the info. If you don't have a chamber, how are you playing info here? Is this spammable? Surely it is. It looks spammable in the corner. This is also really close. Like Neon's gonna run you down if you're here, so you can't really play there. You play this like crack, and you play to pivot into both. I mean, this is pretty comfy. Pivoting into either fight. How's the angle on that box? Which one? Like on top of this. Well, you're on a crazy angle disadvantage, but I mean, I guess you could play an off angle here. The problem is you can't live here. The main's look impossible to come out of. What positions are you assuming people are playing that becomes impossible to come out of? Because here's the problem. Okay, here's my thought, okay? Let me explain. If this mid section, this breach, this might be the best aftershock value we've seen ever, by the way. It clears the corner and breaks the button so that it's all a front to back fight on the left. Bro, breach, I'm telling you, breach is actually nice. Anyway, so then this is all front to back value. You push one player off an info angle. The opportunity for all of these angles to be lived on is only really by a chamber. Because Vito's not doing this. Waylay might rewalk it with Refract on. But this is just chamber. So if you're here and you get pushed off the line, like, why would it be... It's hard to defend this B choke. Okay, if you're thinking you're getting split, B split, what positions are you playing? Position 1. This is position 1. Like, this is pretty normal. But you're not going to have a great crossfire here. Maybe you could have a player here, but this is angle disadvantage. You get hard clear, die for free. Not really great. This could be a pretty money position against a split. I like the fact that you can reposition from this box into drop as well. But you can't really defend the choke that easily if you're getting pressured by a split. It's kind of my point. Doesn't feel like you're fighting the choke too easily. I could be wrong, but I feel like I'm watching like a Neon wall across or a Jet dash here. Pretty comfy spot to play. Box is disgusting for Omen. You can't smoke A from here though. It's 80 meters of smoke. You have to be all the way over here to smoke a Zoman. I think the way that this map will play is you're baiting, like you're just doing splits. You're just always doing splits. That's literally it. The buttons are both split favored. You're putting the pressure on them to change their positioning so that they're more front to back. If people play power positions like this, they're taking a big risk. That's why Chamber, I think, could be good. The fuck do those buttons do? Wait, Bacon, you don't know shit about this map.
Come on, get me in the line of fire.
Bacon, you don't know shit about this map. What the fuck? Door open. Break button. Door close. And the door never reopens. Bro, I got a tourney tomorrow. Give me a break. Oh, what up, love? How's it going? Door closing on you can kill you, yeah. Oh my god. All these newcomers to chat. Not even knowing what the door does. Come on now. That's actually funny. Okay. Now you asked what is a Breach doing on defense? Breach has like insane lines, I'm not gonna lie. The main refights are like fucking disgusting. I'm sure in the retake as well you can cook some crazy shit. The game has to revolve around the Breach though. That's always like the downside of Breach. But like some of these corridors are fucked, bro. You get a refight on good timing, like it's actually nice. This is what the A split looks like. So once again, while there is a lot of corners to clear, it's on angle disadvantage, easily cleared in most cases. And like imagine them trying to retake through this choke. It's like kind of fucked. A door, you don't have to deal with it at all because you can pop the switch before you get on the angle. Then these peaks all feel pretty good. Like there's no bad peak here. Nobody's living in any of these zones. You're worried about a split, you're not living here. You're not living behind the box here. I mean, you could, but you're in a one and done. How is this set jet up and one of the mains rotate off, or is this 1-3-1 flood heavy? I haven't checked a lot of the B main off angles. These angles feel like pretty fucking insane though. If you get the deep info, then, I mean, yeah, Jet could post deep. What a weird spot to put a pillar. Hide here. Boom. There's a disgusting amount of timing peaks. Yeah. To live in a lot of the sections for defense, though, I feel like you have to play Chamber. It's just how I'm feeling, bro. Just how I'm feeling looking at the map. B main deep line. Pretty standard deep line. This feels like a very easy deep line to get. I don't really like using stun very early round unless it's part of like an actual set push. I think using stun for like control is just whack. I think it's really whack. But you could definitely stun for a deep E line. Like a Viper or a Jet line. Gives you the deep one way in mid? Which deep one way are you referring to? Am I missing like a one-way box here? And like also mid? Who's living in mid? What character lives in mid? Once again, I'm gonna go over. All right, look at Corrode. It doesn't play like Corrode. You can actually like live here. You can live here. Like Waylay can live here. Waylay can double dash out. Waylay could live here, timing peak every now and again, or Chamber could timing peak, live every now and again. Bro, like this mid section is like way too open. It's double choked, not just one choke. So the Viper Wall isn't doing the same job as it does on Corrode. And like, where are you living as a defender? This angle is the only one that has even angle advantage. This one you get hard cleared. Where do you live in mid? At the box? Is this box good? Spammable box? Angle disadvantage? You can go for a timing peek. Can you live here? Not really. The biggest problem with Breach is you have less bodies. In this micro-heavy meta, it can be costly. What about Omen? What about like Omen? Omen blinds this line. You can also change the line util to be able to path with your team. Make it like just slightly less optimal. One 1-3-1 Harbor Flood, wrap it up. I mean, yeah, but if you're wrong on your Harbor Flood timing, you waste your high tide, like kind of wraps on the round. I don't know. I'm gonna probably theory it more off stream. What if it's like something super niche? It's like actually the proper way to play this map. Doesn't really feel like flooding is correct, yeah. Because like if you're playing against a Harbor and they just like full exec B, it's kind of wraps. Because then you're now retaking into all that utility, and I think Harbor's defense toward B is just gonna be weaker. Harbor's retake toward A is gonna be nice. Man, like I think the one thing I'm excited about, low key, is this fucking KJ ult, bro. These KJ ults are fucked. Like, I actually can't believe it, bro. These KJ ults are so fucked. Cypher one-way trip as well on B main. Like, all of the sentis feel pretty good on this map. Chamber gets to like live in separate sections of the map that you usually can't. Cypher gets like a one-way trip back. This is like high pressure shit. Enemy Sova uses his shocks on the button. You place the trip there. GG. Where would you use KJ alarm bot and turret? I haven't even looked yet.
30 match point.
I can't believe they didn't change the actual way that it works. KO? No. KO's fucking ass. KO's actually bad, unfortunately. It's like, look at this, like the geometry of this area and just tell me that KO's good. Just can't be good, unfortunately. If you're playing like a heavy B stack, you could do some like really passive turrets. Just hold the space. You could do like a full mid setup to like just hold the gaps. I mean, I think this is going to play pretty normally. You could just put a super deep alarm bot here as well. If they break the door, I don't think B is... This section doesn't feel really defendable anyway. Insta place cam to watch the mid cross. I was literally trying to do that earlier. Oh no, my game ended. Chat, I have to pee. I'll be right back. I'll get back into a server though. Boom. We're back. KO's ass, unfortunately. I think not playing a duelist on this map would be a mistake. Because it's at the end of the day, there's a crazy amount of chokes that you have to break out of.
I know I dash around a lot, but I promise I'm looking out for y'all. Take them out while they're busy with me. My ult's ready.
This area feels so contactable, chat. Like, don't know if you tried, but can Killjoy Molly break the door on B? It's 2 mollies. It's breakable though, so it's not worth. I mean, it is doable though, but. I think one of the things that benefits defenders a lot is the fact that they just win all the timings on every main. But you have to realize that characters like Jett, Waylay, Chamber, they can't live on these lines forever unless you're literally named Chamber. Unless you have like that layer. Everything in this stupid game is contactable, 100%, unless there's a Chamber. Which is why Chamber I think is going to be really important in pro play. High key at Chamber map. You need to put the pressure on the enemy that they have to util every zone. And Chamber is one of the characters that does that the most effectively. And then there's effectively going to be lines that are just not going to be used, like not going to be utiled, right? So like probably people will start their util here as a stopping point. You like kind of pivot everything off of that stopping point. Okay, this dash feels like shit, bro. I'm like full exposed to everything. Is map out tomorrow? I don't know when it's out. Attack up on A is good? I think so, yeah. Bro, actually T-side up on this map must be fucking insane here. Yeah, that's gonna be fucked. All the info lines are gonna be just dead for free, bro. Splitting a site on this map looks so tough. No, I don't think it's very tough. Does it feel like mini abyss the longer the round goes on, the more uncomfortable you feel? Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Because there's nowhere to live, man. That's like kind of my whole point. Like when I say like live, it's like these like pivot positions that feel comfortable that you can get info on and like you can like kind of peace out. So like for example, if we go to Valid Plan, let's bring up another map at random. Let's say Bind. You feel comfortable being here and you're going to live here. You can live here because it's a long lane when you have a TP option as well to like exit the scenario. There's a lot of like positions here that feel like pretty comfortable to live in and then dip. Hookah as well. This is like a less livable spot, but you still see people play it every now and again, recognizing it's like a one and done. Obviously, these aggressive angles feel nice too because you can easily exit the fight and jump out of hookah. Shower, very rarely people play cross, but they do sometimes. But this is all kind of contactable while somebody holds this line. This shower space is almost exactly how I feel about the map. It's like you technically can play in some of these positions, but man, is it dog shit. Like it's actually bad. Like if you're living here in this spot, this is all contactable. And you are on angle disadvantage and you will just die. Like, your arm is just going to be showing. Yo, low key, this is where a double angle would be. While I'm here, you ping the opposite side. You just find the lineup. Whenever that person clears this corner, I guarantee you every day of the week, these guys are going to be like hard clearing like this. You just find the double angle back here. Find a free kill. A bomb site isn't defendable and will need a rework. I think it'll just, both sites will require turtle smokes. Like, they're going to need you to, like, you're going to have to put, like, a smoke here, and then you're just going to have to play to, like, play this crossfire, where, like, a player's here, this is smoked, this person, and then you can also, like, pivot into this fight, and then, like, you're playing to defend the actual site from, like, both of these chokes. I feel like that's going to happen a lot. I don't think that this A-Link is going to be as defendable as you guys kind of make it out to be. This pivot's kind of nice, though. The fact that you can pivot into both. Once you lose this, though, and they overutil you here, aren't you just cooked? Because where are you going? Go to this box and then die? It's this spot and the door to your right. You're saying where people are living? Like here? Well, this guy gets smoked. And then what? Because right now I'm envisioning like the world where there's like a single molly and a smoke on the choke. And then it's like, this guy is living in a spot that kind of dies. Unless this is Omen, then he can live. Here, we can test. I do think it's a strong position for Omen. That was one of the theory things we talked about earlier in the day. I don't know if you actually make this TP though. No, you don't. But you can technically do this, I guess. If the split comes from mid first. So you're not exposed to main at any point in this. Oh my god, is there like a really tight gap here? Oh my god, no way. Oh my god, the sightline on this is so... Bro, I literally almost see it. You sight smoke between the box and the wall on the left. You're saying here? Can you smoke B from there? Yeah. From A-Link, you can, yeah. The problem with this smoke, well, I do think it's okay. This just turns into a really good lurk smoke. All of these lines feel extremely contactable. But I mean, yeah, that seems like fine. You're just like drawing a line in the sand saying like, I'm going to defend this space. Man, imagine one Neon Sun here though. Just get so cooked. Neon must be good on this map. Man, Neon must be nice. Neon has to be nice. I love this box and I hate this box. I like that they did this with 2 spots on the map though. I feel like this hasn't been a thing in Valorant for a while. Where you can actually like use the boxes to like reposition spot to spot. Like bro, look at how like the line of sight works here. You play from this like box, you can like literally move all the way to drop. So if anchoring is bad, should you just push? Well, I never said anchoring is bad. I think you have to play to anchor. You're wallbang lockers with an Odin. Where the fuck is lockers? B drop. Oh, man. Nah, we were over here earlier. If these are the lockers, no. It looks like you can, but you can't. Bro. Hold on. Hold on. Let me test.
Okay, my arms are good. We can go.
I mean... Bro, I'm telling you... Oh my god. This drop space... This drop space is so OP. Nah, this Aftershock's not good enough, I'm gonna be honest, but... Bacon, have you seen how they designed drop? Is heaven the closable door? Yeah. Like, the problem is, you drop into drop, it's like a 80-20, 90-10 fight, because you can't even tuck. Like, you can't stay tucked to this wall. So it doesn't work like Lotus, where you have, like, a safe spot. You're just dead. Like, no matter where you go, you're just dead. And then also, they made the rope on this side. And they didn't enable, like, a deep sight line here. So you can just sit at the edge of drop holding this rope, and this is like 95-5. Molly, stun, Asher, stun, KO Knight. I mean, you should probably mean knife. Or Molly. Waylay slow. Lockers C. Easy clear. Yeah, you just have to throw util here. No matter what. So if they just shoot that button, you can only rotate into that or mid. Yeah.
Right there. Right there.
That's it. That's your retake. Or you can come through drop as well. Like, there is technically more gaps. But it's like, bro, like, look how OP this fight is. This fight is so favored. You sit here on the fight. You pivot into the spawn fight when they come out. And then you just re-hold. So you can just juggle aggro, perma. And then just hold. And just, yeah. The guy who said make it 2 zips was onto something. Yeah, I think the downside was that a player that's actually holding from this deep angle could probably see the player, which is why they only had 1 zip. And it's like off-centered. It's like off to the side. You have to flank B on the retake. It's just impossible. Yeah, I mean, the people that are saying that splitting is hard, look at the size of this choke. And this choke.
Guarding here.
That's why I was saying it's going to be so important at the very least if a split happens that you do walk re-clear reverse. Like, if the enemy team's exec ever goes well, you're just kind of cooked. And the map control feels heavy, like mid-based, and it feels very contactable and front-to-back fight. And off angles will be the counter via chamber. Yeah. Do you have any idea of who the best duelist will be for this map? Neon, Waylay, Jet. Not in order, just based on preference. Currently, I don't have like a super hard preference, but those are the 3 that come to mind instantly. I just think Jet is always like pretty easy and early, or easy and good to play early into a map. Raze is the way. Oh, I don't think Raze is bad. Just don't think it's as good as the others. My opinion is always kind of the same. It's like all agents are kind of playable on every map, but some of them just get dog shit value, like terrible value. And we were talking about the KO flashes on this map as an example. Well, you can kind of see the like the Coliseum thing though. It's obviously not implemented in the game, but will Teo be any good? No, probably not. Teo ult has some pretty good ults, but what comp would you run on this map? Like, if I was a pro team, I would run based on my team's identity. If I had like double initiator, I would probably be playing Breach. Like, unironically. Early days Breach is so nice. What about Phoenix? I could see Phoenix as well. The downside to Phoenix,
Right there.
this orb, kind of defense-sided. Both orbs are very defendable, I'll say, for defense. This one is a bit harder to defend, but you have the advantage on the timing. So, like, if you really want to deny this orb, I think there's not really much you can do to prevent it. Like, you can jump on the box. You can box jump here. And, like... Oh, hit it. Yeah, unless you played the Cove guy. Feels like a double Senti map. It could be if one of the Sentis is Sage. If I was to make a case for Sage being OP, I think that there's actually a lot of really good interactions. One, while this may seem kind of gimmicky, I think it actually can catch people off guard. I think as well, just the simplicity of just literally slowing a choke. Look at how many good chokes there are to slow on attack side when you're doing a split. Obviously, we'd have to find some lineups so we don't slow ourselves, but some cleaner ways to actually slow deeper. But the whole idea is supposed to be like, look at how fucked these are. Some of these chokes are fucked. What are the skyboxes like? Oh, like the roofs? You can actually do cross-map lineups. Another case for Sova, another case for Sage. The only big no-no is kind of like spawn to mid. Doesn't really feel that great. But it's like you have a path to mid. If door gets closed, you can still throw lineups. We actually had like a pretty nice, pretty close to a good re-clear fade lineup.
Again, their fear is a track, and the track is fresh.
You can definitely come up with good lineups for sure. If you find the lineup to make it land here, like you can see the value that it can get on a mid scan. Similarly with Sova. Sova drone value is pretty fucking nice on defense through mid. If you were to ever re-clear a mid lurk. The fact that you can re-clear all of this space, re-clear this close insert, re-clear that insert, and re-clear that insert is like, what the fuck? Like, there's no, like... Attack has a lot of spots they can live in mid, you know? Sage double smokes. This is a map, in my opinion, that feels very... It doesn't feel like you can... I feel like you can play a lot of different shit on this map. A crazy amount of different stuff. You'll need to learn neon lineups for execs? Wait, do you think so? Like... I don't think so. I mean, it's nice to know the execs. The exec, like, lineups, but I don't think you need to know it. I just watched someone have shock lineups for door button. We were doomed. It's overrated, bro. I'll be the one to say it. It'll be part of some set strats, but Chad, when you go through this choke and there's a Vice Thorn still there because you didn't shock it, or there's a Cypher Trip that's on the choke and you didn't shock it. Can you tell trigger the door closes? Yeah. The cat's out of the bag, chat. We're so vaulting the button. It's only 2? That's not even that bad. Cypher cam can be placed where door closes, and when it closes, it doesn't break. Well, that's obviously going to get fixed. Tail break it? Yeah. You can also raise rock of the button? Yeah. Breach is actually sleeper. Invest early. Imagine a breach refight or a trap play. Sheesh. Try Cypher Cam. Yeah, I got you. So you said try Cypher Cam above the half wall on A-Link. A-Link above the half wall. So you're saying quite literally like Bumbleclat. I can even position this better. Bro, you can see into B lobby through that little mini window. Okay, or I can do it more focus on this side to actually spot mid. Like the actual mid cross. Is it a damage threshold with the door or instances of damage? It's 125 HP. What comp would you run with him? I don't know. Usually it'd be paired with Scan. To match the pace, you usually play like with Sova. I think Sova Breach, pretty good combo. Honestly, Fade Breach is fine as well. Because Fade can like act as a bit of a trigger, almost like a trap, like piece of trap utility. Let's say like, for example, let's take this A-Link space, mid-bend. Let's say your Fade is the A player, and your Breach is the player that's here, okay? Breach is holding stun. Fade Prowler comes and re-clears the zone. If it gets contact, then you... Yeah. Breach stun. So if you smoke bottom mid as defender, is the fight's mid even that bad anymore? This smoke. Well, like, where do you... But where do you play? Like, if they don't fight you in mid... Even if this didn't exist, like eventually this guy is just like seeing all of mid. This is actually like underrated spot to probably be, to be honest. How effective of a tool do you think Breach Stun is? It's like only based on map geometry. Problem is doing that Fade Breach stuff, you have 2 players committed A-Link. Well, this is like a mid-round setup. It's not like early round. You're not like committing them to that setup only the entire round. It's just something that you go into, you know? Why is A-Plant so disconnected? Yeah. I was going over plant spots and I'm just sitting here like, bro, if I plant here, I'm planning for nothing. But it's still like the best plan I can do for A main. But this area is not really livable in a post. You can maybe afford to have one guy here, but he is like full cooked. So it's like A splits become the best because at least you can kind of plant for A main here. But if you plant here, then they could just stick from here. And then this is when I found this bug. You ready to see this bug? Oh no, it's not spammable. Psych. It is spammable. For whatever reason, it doesn't render unless you ADS. Like, I don't get it. But yeah, so then the best plant ends up being like kind of back here, but then you're exposed to cave. I'm a little late. Is Cypher good on this map? Well, if you're a Cypher one trick, let me tell you. You're going to have a pretty good time, I think. You got this trip. This trip's pretty goated. Basically have the unbreakable trip. I think Cypher, yeah, Cypher will have good ideas, for sure. For sure, Cypher will have good ideas. I'm sure there's going to be good lineups you can throw to like land a cage that fucking blocks off the line of sight of the fucking... Yeah, bro. It blocks off those line of sight, or you can do it either for the reverse here as well. It's like Cypher's always got some gimmicks that he can kind of pull off for sure. And make it so he's putting mid pressure, pull eyes toward mid, Pen changes when you ADS? No, the pen doesn't change when you ADS. It just renders in. I would be so tired of this map if I were you. Why? This is like what I love doing, dude. Any other agents you think are looking promising this early? Harbor on retake, like a retake, could be good. Or on a counter flood. I think Sage Chamber could be good, yeah. Sage Chamber is kind of nice, man. It actually gives you something to play around as a defender. Yeah, and you have pretty easy conditions to... like play off of on attack. Like, bro, like... I know I've said this like a lot. But man, like, I really don't know what you do on a retake. If you're dealing with like a Sage slow on this choke, and if you get walled off like deep on this choke. Like, bro, like, aren't you just suffering? Oh my god, can you jump on this? That would at least help a little bit. But I'm pretty sure you can't. If you can see the top, I'm pretty sure you actually can, but... maybe my movement's too bad today. Is map out for EWC? Don't know. You think you could play solo Omen or Viper? Because I'm not sure if you can. Yeah, of course you can. It's not going to be ideal for pro play, though. Yeah, of course. In ranked, bro, like, the only smoke you really need on an A split is like sectioning off this player. Then you're chilling here, pop the door. Like, these fights aren't even that bad. Low-key, you could one-way this too, actually. I didn't even notice that. Decent one-way if you're splitting. You can control all the rotates that way. How do you think fights at round start look like? Kind of as expected. This could be one fight. Holding for a player that takes this timing. This could be another fight. Off angle against the contact. Just like the Jet Reyna chamber kind of play. Well, Sage slow through the door gap after you've walled another one. Wait, you're saying like this? What is that slow doing? Bro, what I think is disgusting though, like, to be honest, on this A retake, is like, think about if you're here. Think about if you're here and you're gonna do an A retake, where do you go? Like, what's the lesser of two evils here? The W key lane that never stops being a W key lane? Or like the small W key lane that's like the size of your character? Because both of them feel pretty bad. Which kind of led me to think, like, is this just the map where you like hard fight the main? Like super hard fight the main? If the mid phase, if the mid space doesn't feel that fightable, is this like not one of those maps that you just hard fight for the main? It might be. Might be. Leave the door open and take deep art / spawn control and pivot fight with A-Link. You're saying like you take this space instead. I feel like this is the type of thing that somebody would do on a pistol, yeah. You don't break the mid door and instead you use this as a gap. We talked about that a little bit as well. I could definitely see a lurk wall going across mid and sectioning off this to make it so those players that are there have to deal with the gap, and then defenders will see this and the adjustment will be, I'm gonna just break my own door. Like, imagine the world where like this is the competitive wall. Something like this. Because I can totally see this reality for sure. This feels pretty comfy to be able to take the normal timing. You can like kind of contact these angles, play the normal. This feels really oppressive for the usual player that's spotting this, because now they can cross to this space for free. And these players can obviously hold this gap, but you don't feel that comfortable on these angles because you could just get multi-held. Imagine like they drop the wall and you're just all facing here. You just die for free. There's going to be a lot of good Viper wall lurks, to be honest. We went through kind of all of them earlier. The B one is kind of sus. The B one's kind of sus, I won't lie. If you do it any like deeper than this, the problem is they see over it from heaven. So I think that these are the most sus, to be honest. Because if you do it in a way that like blocks off like the info lines, like let's say we'll be kind of greedy. It's like the heaven players just see it. Like they just see everything. So unless your plan is to double shock the switch. Hey. I mean, now this becomes more doable. What up, Soul? Thank you for the 2 months, bro. Tier 1, 2 months? My goat. Yeah. His goat. Yippee! Viper. Defensive Viper wall A looks interesting. Alright, let's go to it. Talking about the one that goes to bottom mid. I love this stream. This stream is like just everybody tell me your ideas and I'll tell you while you're wrong. Just kidding. How long have you been testing Viper walls? I kind of did it earlier. I haven't really been doing it recently. Not bottom mid? Oh, you're saying the one that I did earlier? I think that's the only one that you really can do. If you're talking about this one. Whoa, I am too low, I guess. That's on elevation. Interesting. That's going to for sure happen in a pro match. What about Harbor on this map? I think Harbor is going to be fine. It's pretty good. I'll probably make it so that this gets smoke blind, like the insert position, so that they can't see past the wall. It's probably the best way to optimize this lineup. I miss when you could ping in-game for your lineups. Kind of nice. This is what you want the player to feel when they try to take this timing. Well, like, oh, I can take that timing. Boom. Becomes more doable for like a chamber to walk out here. Just hold this gap. Chill. See if anybody scrims through the wall. It's kind of funny because it looks like pretty clean from my side. Like I could. I'm just full smoke blind, like exposing my whole body. Can you do one from B link corner to bottom mid? B link corner to bottom mid. B link corner to bottom mid. Like this.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Could be okay. Immediately made me think if I could get more value though. This one might be better. Midsection's pretty fully covered. Can you see over it from the box? Not really, I don't think. Could jump spot over it, but nobody's doing that. This also doesn't deny your info line. And it acts as a way to partially smoke off the B split. This could be one of the metal walls for sure. What's the best rank strat if your comp is just Clove, Arena, Jet, Chamber, Sova? I think splits. Splits are going to be the most meta thing on this map. Is Vito good here? Everybody's always so curious about Vito. I mean, I think that in theory, Vito can be good, but I think the map is going to play pretty contacty, which means that Chamber will just be higher value than Vito. I love how everyone's so invested in like the cerebral nature of like Vito. Does Vito Interceptor break the button? Wait, that would be fucking crazy. There's no way though. That would be fucked up. Spent 6 hours on Valorant today. Haha, how many games did you play? Games. Oh. Surely it doesn't. I don't even want to test that because it would piss me off. If it did break it, that would actually piss me off. 6 hours? Passion. I told you, I'm going to join a server tomorrow and I'll probably be in here for at least like 10 hours. I don't know how much longer I'll stream it. Jet pretty strong on this map? I think so. Here's the thing. Jet's always going to be good at the beginning of every map because the play pattern of Jet is so flexible. Like chat, anywhere that you entry is good on Jet. I can entry here. And it's pretty good because I get to see where everyone is and I get to understand what's going on in the round before I actually go. Can't see Neon not being meta. I could see Neon being meta for sure. Be a homie and say that Jet is bad before my player hears. Bro. Jet can never be bad on a map. Like, objectively bad. There can be better stuff. But in current meta, like, bro, everybody's playing Jet Phoenix. This could easily just be everyone playing Jet Phoenix again. I think, like, the Valoplant theory can put you on some crazy-ass comps. But, like, you could just literally play Jet Phoenix and just not even worry about having to create a good or cool game plan. You just grab the alt orbs like a good little Phoenix and then just ult into the bomb site. Yeah, Neon Wall is actually nice. I think Neon Wall is very, very nice. I think that the entry pathing will be pretty sick as well. Breach Neon? I mean, Breach Neon definitely possible. Bro, I'm telling you, this Breach Blast, I don't think I've ever seen like more utility value out of one ability. Like, unironically. You get to break the gimmick while also clearing the corner that makes it a front to back like section. So like now all you have to do is focus left. And you can full contact everything. Thoughts on Omen TP nerf? Oh, I don't think it will change that much. I haven't actually like heard it though. Is there like a clip of somebody testing it? Chat? Can somebody link it to me if you guys have it? The real tea though, chat, is that you can jump on these boxes with Breach. No, Omen's for sure not dead, bro. Omen's for sure not dead. What comp we thinking? I think you guys... I don't know. I'm not much of like a pick a random comp on the fly kind of guy. I'm more of like a look at the value of all the agents and then like based on my team identity, I like pick it. But maybe I need to be more of like a pick the meta comp, given that I'm a content creator right now. Meta comp that everyone would probably play, that would fit every team, probably would not have Breach in it. Breach is like a systems kind of character. A team like Lev could play Breach, and it would look pretty good. Good set strat character. Good systems in terms of like where they choose to refight. I feel like Chamber will be super meta on this map. I feel like because the meta is so... The meta is kind of simplistic as a result of Phoenix being in the game. I feel like you could just literally play Neon, Fade, Phoenix, Chamber, Omen, and it would be like fine. Like that would be the Lev comp. You know, this is like kind of why though I say like... This is why I say though, it's so dependent on the team that you play on and like who you have on your team. Because like, for example, a G2 style team of the past would for sure be playing Viper Omen. Or like Viper Harbor or something. Or like something weird, you know what I mean? Harbor Omen would be viable. I'd rather do it like a tier list where it's like I don't even have like a full comp. It's just how high priority, I guess, the agents are based on like your own individual identity. One thing I'll say for sure, retakes on this map, not possible. Good luck. Do a tier list? I will. I'll probably do it off stream though. It's kind of a lot to coordinate, small amount of time. But I already did kind of like go through a bunch of the agents and like why I feel like they're good and why some are bad. Maybe post on YouTube? I will. Do you think teams will break any doors with Sova Shock lineups or maybe for lurk opportunities? Yeah, I mean, they're definitely gonna... It's definitely gonna happen. It's definitely gonna happen.
I'm out of here. Shortcut. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Shortcut. I'm out of here.
I just feel like splits are gonna be so common. If you try to go only through mains shot, I think you're gonna get cooked. Wait, what is this? Oh, it's the land. The land thing. Better question is if 2 shocks is worth a door break. Yeah, like the thing is your sentinels are gonna kind of farm if the shocks are constantly hitting switches. Versus like, if you just take the like little bit of risk and then break the door. Riot put a big ass dartboard on the map. Of course, people will do it. That's good. Let me think. Is there any other stuff? What I'll probably do on my own time is look at a lot of the double angles and stuff if they exist. Will you stream EWC? Yeah. Do the doors being closed change the retake rotates or something? Yeah, I was talking about you should do a lot of this kind of like if you were A and you want to rotate B, you should re-wrap through mid. It's just good, just really good. Check for brim lineups. I mean, there's going to be brim lineups, bro. It's an open roof. Trust me, you can find that. I'm not really big in the lineup content. Everything is open though. So cross map darts for like Sova, as an example, definitely very doable. Definitely very doable. But in terms of like info and everything, like darts are kind of easy to dodge. Fade prowlers are probably going to be like really, really good. Omen Ash are viable. I think both are viable, but I think that Omen's better. Some dart theories. I mean, I will be playing Sova, so maybe it's important for me to know. I mean, darts are like kind of easy to theory though. You just try to find like what spots people are likely going to play in, like entrenched.
Watching here.
Obvious. You try to prioritize those. And when you build the exec, you like kind of have like these VIP spots in your head. Oh, double dome, Omen and Astra. Oh, maybe. I mean, it's not like a crazy amount of one-ways on the map, so it wouldn't be like more justifiable than playing like Viper. I don't think figuring out dart spots crazy hard, but I mean, darts feel like they're gonna get like pretty good value. Ah. I mean, there's definitely good darts. This dart alone, also pretty insane. Prevents the flood. Scans all of the site. No gap. And this one was kind of hard to throw with Fade, but like, look at how easy it is to throw with Sova, chat.
There.
It's like, you don't even have to learn a lineup. You just chuck it. Full charge at the corner. If you want to make it more ISO to the site, you just tuck it a little bit more. Give it to me 6. Is Astra good on this map? I mean, I think that Astra will always be pretty good. I don't think there's a map that Astra could be bad in. But it's like, you might as... Like, I mean, I guess technically like Ascent is bad for Astra, but like technically not, you know what I mean? Like, you could just suck the choke and put a smoke on the choke. Like, that's fine. I just think Omen is more higher potency, I guess. I like Omen more, personally. You have to limit your positioning a little bit unless you're playing with like a Cypher or another smoker for the other bomb site, because you're a bit limited on range. See, 80 meters? 80 meters is max range for Omen smoke. So you have to play basically like a link if you want to smoke for your boys, if you're like a solo controller. Or you have to play like this side of B site to be able to smoke the choke for your teammates. I think if you're a player that likes playing in your smoke, then Astra is a lot more freeing. Like if I was Astra, I would be doing stuff like Star on the ground. You play these like fucked up angles that like people don't expect you to be on, timing peak. That way you can just instantly, you know, set a smoke and then walk reposition around the smoke. If they push through, you have a second star for like stun or suck, whatever. I think Astra kind of like, if I was to be really critical on like an Astra player playing like full min-max, you should be playing off angles and like peak on timing, play like almost like a duelist. Whereas Omen is a bit more team play oriented. 6-7? Wait, why'd you say 6-7? What up, Greavesy? HP. I'm kind of hungry. Food's pretty good, no? Food's pretty good this patch? Okay, I actually like that I highlighted this. This is how the whole map feels to me. The whole map feels like showers. The whole map feels like showers. It's like the defenders technically have like the timing advantage. But you don't want to live in showers, you just die eventually. So like this whole lane, yeah, you technically could take first timing, cross here. But do you really want to like just sit here? Not really. Okay. But do you really want to sit here? Not really. Do you want to sit here? Not really. Maybe this could be like a good little cheeky spot, but this is spammable. So you could just spam until you see quite literally the spark above the box. This whole map will have timing fights. Yeah, exactly. It's like you have to choose where you want to fight. Like Neon's kind of nice because I feel like there will be a lot of like on the fly refight opportunities. I don't have the right settings, so. But I feel like it's just going to be chamber Neon like all day, every day. I think everyone's saying veto. It's probably not going to be veto, bro. I'll keep it 100. What meta comp have we come up with so far? You can play really any way. You could play like the standard meta. Here, I'll just draw it up so that everybody. Okay, here we go. You could play. I'm going to go through all of them. I accidentally made it an enemy fade, bro. How is that even possible? How did I do that? You could play the Leviathan. You could also play... You could play this with Sova, by the way, interchangeably. I think just currently, Phoenix a little too OP still. Unchanged, so it makes sense. You could play either one of these. I'm a believer in both being viable. I won't lie. I think that Fade might be a little bit better. Early days. So I'd probably prioritize Fade, to be honest, if I was picking this comp. But you could also, I'll just put Sova in this one for fun. You could also do something like this. And play literally like the OG old style. Maybe this is better with Astra. I don't know. No, I feel like Omen is still good. I feel like KJ must have viability, bro. These ults are fucked. These ults are actually fucked. Why does it look like this? Bro, it doesn't even... No. They have this shit wrong, by the way. They have this shit full wrong, by the way. What decides whether a map is Fade or Sova viable? The roofs, the cross map value, drone lanes are pretty important. So like, for example, on this map, if you drone out this mid section, it's kind of ass because you're like using your one drone timing to clear out something that's like pretty low likelihood. But like if you're droning B main, it's like pretty good value because it's like you're getting all of this space off one drone. Versus like if you were worried about like somebody being in mid, you could easily prowler all of mid to see everything. And then you still have a second prowler to like clear your like the rest of the zone. But it does require you to have like open roofs for like eye value, etc., etc., etc. You kind of get the idea, whatever. Anyway, also there's like small synergies with like stopping power or like fade prowler baits crosshair so that Phoenix flash will get more value. There's combos and shit. Phoenix tether, Phoenix Molly plus tether combo has been pretty impactful. But I think this could be literally any of these guys, any of the Sentinels. There's just standard like slow comp. I think you could also easily, if you were like the type of team to do it, you could easily play Breach on the map. For the reasons I said before. I think Cypher could be a pretty good option here to help set up your traps. Alongside Cypher being like that's additional like secondary controller kind of value. There's so many comps you could come up with, bro. That's kind of like the point that I'm coming to. It's like, it depends on your team identity. There's a lot of approaches you can take to the map. I'm excited to see it regardless. But like the aggressive nature, like it's definitely possible for sure. There's a lot of really big execs you can do on these maps. Give you just like the basic like double line so you can see. And then like the dash can go pretty much anywhere. You get the idea though. Execs can be good. Splits are obviously money. This stun line is pretty fucking crazy. This is going to be an info line here. So imagine a world where you're getting split on and you just get absolutely owned by all of this util. It could be any of these comps. I think that all of these are pretty viable. I feel like you could also play... Neon, if you wanted to play double Senti, you could. You could really approach it anyway, bro. Do you see someday becoming a coach? No, I didn't. Someday's a coach.
I'm out of here.
So you want tips?
I'm out of here.
Love someday. Someone said it's easier to do this with Neon. Not for me. You joined the Shadow Court thing in Korea to be a coach? Oh shit, that's cool. Is there any good double boxes like that one? Oh, to do the jump tech? You're saying like this? Like the half boxes? Yeah, if you can learn how to do this sideways, like this is actually high key like tech for the map. This is actually a peak that's like pretty important timing wise. Do you think Cypher still needs buff for seeing a decent spot? They buffed him. 0.2 extra, or 0.2 less seconds to react to a trip. Pretty good. Is that enough? Yeah, I think Cypher was already a really solid info character. He has good viability already. Works as like a secondary-ish controller, like pseudo-controller with the cages for lurk pressure. You could like cage off one side of mid while your team does like a 3-1-1 and you're like solo working mid alone. Imagine caging the cross, breaking the door, putting the pressure that you could go through into B-Link and A-Link anytime. Slowly changes the positions of players. Do you think that anyone's going to feel comfy playing here when there's like a Neon in the game? Maybe. It's not a great spot to pivot from here. I feel like the A side, I can kind of see a world where people play to like hard stall from here, or they try to take the A main space, live in the A main space. How do you approach mid without Viper? I've talked about it a lot, but eventually the mid players get timinged out because there's nowhere to live. Unless you have a chamber in your comp that just sits here all around literally and takes a 50-50 duel. Like, how do the people hold mid? You're going to like push up mid and then hold from here. Like, no. You're just going to get angled out from this side over time. If there's no noise on the map, there's nowhere for you to go.
There.
That angle, timinged out by this angle. This angle, you get timinged out by this side, and you eventually don't feel comfy anymore. Yeah, it just has to be like Sentinel utility, kind of, that like solves some of these issues. Is there like a sick one-way cam I can do? This is like way too high. So many OP spots. OP spots. Op. So many op spots for defenders. There's one line and one line only that people play with an op. It's here. Outside of that, it's like maybe they'll prod a little bit deeper. Maybe you'll see somebody angle out here. Do something like this. But like I said, even this play, you're going to eventually, like, you can't do it alone. Somebody has to be holding this for you, Perma. Chamber TP onto that box next to the door, and then you're just like stuck here. Could be a funny play. I don't know. Why is Mix never talked about? Because they decided to make a character that has low range smokes, and low range smokes is just not very viable on these maps that Even Omen is being like kind of pushed on in terms of his positioning. Put another TP if it can reach.
My ult's ready. Switching sides. Match whatever they're doing. 30 seconds left.
My ult's ready. They look tired.
It just doesn't really work that way. It just doesn't really work that way. You're going to pull your TP back and it's going to be like 20 seconds. Yeah.
My ult is ready. Do not worry. With me, this will be easy. C'est simple comme bonjour.
So Vito instead of Chamber? No. As much as everyone loves Vito and wants Vito to be viable, I don't think that guy's seeing any play.
That's not ready.
No, Chamber. This is where Vito would have an advantage over Chamber. I'll tell you right now. Actually, no. People would probably util this. So it's an Astra map? No, I think it's an Omen map, but we'll probably see Astra anyway.
I'm too far.
I think Chamber's going to farm this map, though. High key. So what are you going to do? Like, util everything forever. If the Chamber never shows themselves, then you can't contact. And every defense timing is favored. See? I would get this line, go past angle, hold from here, TP out. GG. There's no way on top of this box, right? You stage wall peek the closed doors? Yeah, we tried that already. Does work.
That's not ready.
Look at Chamber's TP options as well, chat. It's like, Chamber is so nice. Can you even peek this? TP out. You can also just do nothing. Just literally nothing. Just chill. These TPs are all going to be pretty good. Any mid fight you want to go for. Any of these is good. Deep line. Ooh, deep line, like this spot is actually high key kind of money. Because like if you get B split on, you can still just sit here on the deep line holding. TP out and you still have like another good opportunity to fight. How many more maps will they make? I have no idea. Feels like every single line that you could possibly want to play it, you can play it as Chamber though. It's kind of insane. It's not a great TP spot. This box is kind of like mid anyway. Oh, wait. Headshot angle? Not exposed. Oh, I'm getting split. Boom. I fell. Is this Chamber's best map? I don't know. Seems pretty good. It's like, I think like naturally you want to contact all these angles. And then Chamber can just be anywhere. So if Chamber never shows themselves, like, it's kind of money.
That works.
You jump on that mid tall box from the mid door thingy. No. I think I tried this earlier. No. Okay, is there anything else? Can't believe Sunset's coming back too. Wait, we didn't even check Sunset. You think there's changes on Sunset? Nah, there's probably no changes. Did somebody already test to see? Wait, retake is now available to queue. Oh shit, maybe we'll try retake.
Let's go.
I want a brighter map. The last few maps feel so sad. Hey? Pearl is sad.
Charges left.
I don't hate the new maps. I've never hated a new map. The only thing I don't like about the new map is drop. I don't see any changes, by the way. I did a quick scan around the map in my from the minimap. Minimap could be wrong, I guess, but I didn't really see any changes. Well, cool.
Watch this.
We got good memories with Kess on this map as 100 defense though. What about with Bustio? Technically, you have good memories there. You have like memories. You know what I mean? Maybe they're not good memories, but you have memories. Oh no, you can only play it in custom. Sag. My Valoplan does not show me the new map. Do I need to update? I think they said something about that. Check their like Twitter. They said if you don't see it, then you have to like press some hotkeys. Why are you on Sunset? I was seeing if there was any changes. Do you think nerfing Phoenix to 7 all torps would be a good nerf? Yeah, be pretty balanced. Okay, I'm way too hungry, chat. I think what I'm gonna do is probably end stream here. And then figure out exactly what I want to do for my my YouTube like content plan. On the list for sure is going to be a tier list of every agent on the map. Do you guys have any other ideas or things that you'd want me to do? This might be a good time to ask if you guys have any like specific things that you think could be good. No, I think that like I'm not gonna lie. Once again, I think that these like shock lineups are not really that real. Eat on stream. I have to like make stuff. I have to like make content like on YouTube. I want to like edit on stream. Mukbang. You guys crazy? Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Good spots for the double jump. Angle to hold. Do you think this map will force players to stop playing Clove? No. Clove is OP and ranked. Smoke positions. Smoke positions, plant positions are pretty good. I'll add smoke spots. I actually didn't have smoke spots written down, but that's probably the most basic key utility that you need to kind of have known. Okay. I think that is it for me. Let me find somebody to raid. Send all you lovely people to them. Has he considered double controller? Yeah, it's on the screen. These are the comps that I think are viable. I didn't even put a Harbor comp in here, but I think that Harbor is also viable. I think Harbor is pretty damn viable. You could probably do it, like, I don't want to say interchangeably because it changes the dynamic entirely of how the comps work, but you could just put Harbor in one of these comps. Ranked guide for Summit, I see. We did, yeah. I'll probably raid. We did Valorant. We did Valorant. You hear that, chat? We did Valorant. Nerve is live? Oh, that's actually probably a good shout, honestly. Nerve. 9 Nerve. Okay, heard. Squared, the other part was implied. But yeah, I appreciate you pointing that out. Okay. Thank you for watching, everyone. I appreciate it. Show Nerve some love. Everybody just say hi or something. Well, maybe don't say like hi or something, but like just say hi with a smiley or something. Show him some love. We will be back probably tomorrow. Maybe I take tomorrow off. Wait, no. Is tier 2 tomorrow? I'll probably stream tier 2 if it's tomorrow. Maybe I have like an actual break day. Wait, tomorrow might be a break day, chat. Yeah, tomorrow's a break day, and then we have tier 2. So tomorrow I might take off, but I might show up. I don't know. Just drop a follow if you guys want to hang out tomorrow too. All right, GG's everyone. Have a good one. Peace.